Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Green Trades. And anybody in YouTube, maybe Tordy, if you're there, let me know. Thank you very much. Okay, so you guys can hear me in YouTube and in the main room. And Don McLaren, you have to log in every day, just like I do. I think if you might have tried to save a link or something, and that's why you're getting that session timeout. All right, guys. Well, we were looking for a pretty decent open this morning, and then I don't know what this economic number is, but it hit at 8:30. And let me just read what it says. The international trade in goods and services numbers came out at 8:30, and this caused this little drop down here. So we're still mildly up from yesterday's close. But I don't think we're out of the woods yet. I don't quite think we're out of the woods yet. So anyway, I have to see what happens today once this market opens. So let's take a look at some of the individual stocks that are up. This LYT is up almost 100%. LYT is up almost 100%. And I do not see any reason. The reason I'm delaying, I'm just looking to see if I see any sort of a headline. Just give me a moment. Again, my IB. Just give me a moment on the news. I have to load my news headline every morning. So just give me a moment. All right. Well, that didn't matter. So I can't find any news on LYT. There's got to be something out there, of course, but I can't find any news on it. 10X. I did see some news on this one. They actually were able to raise $100 million in an oversubscribed private placement financing. So that is 10X, TENX. Uber. Uber is an earnings play, guys. Uber is an earnings play. UBER. Great reaction to earnings so far. Now the weekly high is around 65.58. So it's getting close to that. Beautiful move so far. Now this could be a really interesting one. This Ever quote. There's no volume yet, only 8,600 shares. However, look at all these upgrades. And we have Needham, JP Morgan, Riley, Craig Hallam, Canaccord, and they're all between $33 and $38 in terms of the upgrade. Okay. Let me just bring up the JP Morgan one. Maintain coverage with overweight and a target of $34. So pretty interesting. It's only 27. No volume yet. It is an earnings play though. Okay. So that is EVER. So Don, did you get my link? See that link that you can get into the main room just by clicking on that link? Yeah, Sigmo. Sigmo's over $1. This GMO over $1. I think I saw coming into, on the weekly chart anyway, looks like it's coming into potential resistance around 120. Lumen, Lumn. And somebody posted that same news after the company announced it secured, okay, $5 billion, that's with a B, $billion in new business from companies seeking to secure their fiber capacity. That seems a little bit, well, okay, it's got 992 million in the float. Okay. All right. I'm always amazed. I think, when we looked at other websites, I think Yahoo had something like 700 million. Anyway, it's a big float. LUMN has a big float. It seems like a big deal, though. This is a disaster du jour, guys. ELEV. Hopefully nobody's in this one. 50% off today on company report. Was actually. It's also, we don't have it as an earnings play, but this is really the reason. Falls after early stage data for lead cancer drug. So that's the deal. Now, unfortunately, William, I just noticed now that he opened the room. Boy, kudos to William. He opened the room. He's sick though, so he went back to bed. And so normally I would ask him maybe to take a look at ELEV and see if it's a one-trick pony. In other words, is this all they've got? Very different day, guys. Now, I have my doubts it's going to last, but look at all the gap ups this morning. If I look at all these gap ups this morning versus the gap downs yesterday, this was absolutely full, of course. KVUE is also an earnings play. KVUE is also an earnings play. Now, yeah, on the weekly chart, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, not much though. 2056 is the next high approximately on the weekly chart, so it doesn't have that much room. We're at $20 right now. Those of you who get up early, some of these, I'm looking at some on the go no go charts. I mean, some of these are really interesting. I'm just not up that early, of course. I'm up on the West Coast, so I'm not going to get up at 1 o'clock my time. Thank you, Don. So only 2 in the pipeline. So Don, in our YouTube room, saying ELEV only have 2 in their pipeline. So I don't know about amounts. William, what the heck are you doing here? Go back to bed. What a trooper, opening up at your time, 6:30. Corz, C-O-R-Z. C-O-R-Z is, where are you? It's an earnings play, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's take a look. I've got just scouring my list of earnings plays. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. Well, here is one though. Here's an earnings play, RXST. Again, not much volume. Don't know very much about this company, but nice. Look at this reaction to earnings. And that's RXST. Oh, it's DMAC. Okay. That's why you call yourself DMAC. Talking to Don McLaren in our YouTube room. Here's the cores, guys. CORZ. CORZ announces the exercise of additional contract option, etc. So there was some news for cores, CORZ. Must be a Bitcoin, something to do with Bitcoin also. I think their supplier. I think they're like sort of like the other one. I can't remember its name. Okay, guys. So I'm just looking. Anything else here? There's the GMIA. I think I mentioned it. If I didn't mention this one, GMIA is an earnings play also. GMIA earnings play. Cratering on earnings. Be very interesting to see what happens today, guys. I mean, this market is, it's just barely hanging on, fingernails right now. Whatever that number was, I don't know what the number was. I mean, I know what the international, something to do international trade, etc. I don't know what the number was, but it caused this market to move down. This is an earnings play. I don't think I mentioned this one. TGTX, we've seen this one a lot. TGTX is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings for TGTX. Yeah, I mean, this is my, let's see if it'll even fit. Oops. This is my pre-market list of earnings, and I obviously not going to go over them all. Yeah, as I said, I can't even fit them on my monitor. So lots and lots of earnings plays. These are the ones that are up. These are the ones that are down. Okay, that's how I have them categorized. So there's TDC. I probably should have mentioned this one. TDC is down. Dave and Buster's. Dave is up. Not very much volume yet. Up 10% today, isn't it, though, Casa? I think, wasn't it up 10%? Yeah, this is a new term, this carry trade, which I guess happened, was it on Sunday? Well, of course, their market is open on Sunday here, affecting it on Monday. I was trying to read up on it, this carry trade. Never heard of it before. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening where this market opens. YouTube paradox. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. What a difference a day makes. Not that again, I'm not anticipating we're going to have a big ripping market today, but anyway, 95% in green for XLE. That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so no weak sector to start, and SMH, of course, the semi's having a comeback, bit of a comeback. I'm going to just take a look at these sectors. The ones that were down yesterday, down from, now I'm sure they're still down from the 200-day moving average. So let me just get rid of these. So technology was down below. There you are. So look at what it did. It touched it. It did touch it yesterday. It's close again to the 200-day moving average. This is the 200-day moving average, that green line you see in my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average for the tech sector. Man. So it's getting closer to it again. You can see what happened yesterday. Broke down below it, but touched it again. And let's see, XLY was another one that was down. That is, I believe, consumer discretionary. Yeah, consumer discretionary is still down from the 200-day moving average. Energy was also, now I see most of the energy stocks are up today from yesterday's close, still down below the 200-day moving average. And of course, the semis, SMH, I'm sure they're still way below. Well, not way below, but below. Okay, actually, I'm wrong. I am wrong. So the semis are having that little bit of a comeback, here, guys. So there's that 200-day moving average. So as we speak, we've got energy, XLY, consumer discretionary, and technology below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at communications. Want to see how close that one is. So that's still quite a bit above. Hey guys, YUMC, I'm just hearing right now, YUMC. So this is an earnings play. YUMC is an earnings play. It's just starting to gap up a little bit here. YUMC is an earnings play, China stock. And as always, guys, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. I would just have this window open, the strategy trades all. If you click on new from the toolbar, click on the middle one. We have three that start off with premium AI. Pick that middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. And the only other thing I would do, make sure the filter says none. If you have profitable trades or something else is checked, I would uncheck it. That's my opinion. Follow the alerts all day long. And as you notice, nothing is in here. This window is blank until at least 9:40, and that is by design. Okay. Okay, now let's take a look at, so this is NNE trying to come back a little bit here. What did the other one do? SMR. Yeah, you're right. I think somebody mentioned for those of us with Interactive Brokers anyway, this is not shortable. TENX, not readily shortable anyway. TENX. So, I mean, with the way the market is right now, I mean, I'm looking at Uber here. You would think, especially if we get a giant red candle or something to start, well, here's Uber, in fact, starting to drift down a little bit right now. Hard to believe that some of these earnings plays that have done quite well in the pre-market, depending on what the market does, are going to be able to maintain their gains. And the Uber CEO says, so this is an earnings play, okay? But this is also some more news. Instacart partnership shows positive trends with higher basket sizes, etc. How's Lyft doing? LYFT. They release tomorrow after the market closes. So Lyft is having a lift with Uber. Give me more. Sorry. I'll be right back in a moment. All right, guys. So let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. SMX. Let's see what this one is doing. Okay, you can see it just had a big pop here. SMX. This is not an earnings play. This is 112. Okay, this is a crazy low float, guys. SMX has a crazy low float. Now, I don't know if it's 112,000, but in the float, which would be insanely low, but it's going to be very low. Out of Ireland. Let me just do a quick check on another website. I want to see what they have for a float for SMX. Yeah, okay. Our float information looked like it's way off, guys. 38 million in the other. I mean, that's too much of a discrepancy. On the other hand, though, that's a big pop to have with 38 million in the float. 47% with 30. If that number is correct, 38 million in the float. That's a big pop. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Juan, hoping to learn from people that buy and short stock. Well, you're in the right place. Yeah, well, it's not terrible. I mean, well, it does jump every now and yeah. Now you see what I mean. It's all over the place. Spread is all over the place. But I'm more concerned about this float. I mean, if I don't know why we've got 112,000, but that other side has 38 million. Sorry, Shady. I'm not gonna put up with it today. All right, let's see. North northeast, I'm hearing, which is NNE. So NNE must be having a bit of a move here. Okay, well, Schwab shows 650,000 in the float for that one. Okay, so it's in the ballpark. Okay, it's under a million. It's funny because that other the dilution tracker usually is pretty bang on. Sirius just yelled at me. Not serious, but hey Google. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I'm using once this market opens. So give me a moment as I loading the layout that I'll use once this market opens. Okay, guys, just give me a moment as I arrange a couple of things on my other monitor. Okay, so now I'm set for the open, and in about 5 minutes from now, the EVER is intriguing just because of all the upgrades. We have about 5 or 6 firms upgrading EVER It's an earnings play today. No volume yet. Only 13,000 shares. So there's no volume yet. The volume was really in the after hours. Okay, so that was the after hours action. The mauve area on my chart, my 5-minute chart, that is the after hours action for EVR yesterday. Okay, so maintaining the gap still, but we've got a lot of firms weighing in on this one with anywhere from about a $33 to a $38 price target. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but it's interesting that a lot of different firms would pile into this one. I wonder what Sava. This was so awesome yesterday for us. Hope I'm sure a lot of people took this one, including myself, three different times. But the Sava did have finally had that the sell off at the end of the day. But then look this morning, also got right back up to 40. But I do not anticipate the same sort of a move that it had yesterday. Okay, so the SPY's putting a little bit of a pop here, guys. Still red, still deep purple. Sorry, this bar deep purple. Let's see if it can transition to the light pink. And I will go over a lot of this in a bit. The go no go charts, really embracing them. No, Alex, my trade size varies every trade. Okay, it's all based on how much money I'm willing to risk on the trade, and that's going to be dependent on my stop. So if I'm willing, very quickly, what time is it? 9:28. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on a trade and my stop is 10 cents away, not because I'm just making that number up, because I look on a chart and I think that's where I should place my stop, and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, then I'll buy $1,000. I'll buy 1,000 shares. So it's all dependent on how much I'm willing to risk on the trade, and I try to keep my risk amount per trade about the same. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. It's all, but so I try to keep my risk amount the same every trade. How much am I willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? And so and then once I've determined, well, that's going to be consistent. And then once I determine what my stop is going to be, how far from my entry is going to be my stop, that determines how many shares I take. Buenos dias. Pirata. All right, guys, I think my not so able-bodied assistant today, William, usually tells me when the market's going to open in less than a minute. 15 seconds, guys, before this market opens. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. And I've got three races here that I'll be taking a look at. Okay. Predominantly the big cap or the biggest gainers from the open, but I will start this race also, and I'll start the losers. Nothing in the losers yet. Here we go. Okay, so I'll have all these races running. Okay, you're off the hook then, William. All right, guys, we are now open, and let's see what the market is doing opening. And yeah, well, we had a glimmer of hope here. Here's iTub, guys. This it's actually an earnings play. iTub is an earnings play. Brazilian stock, ITUB, probably a big float. Yeah, huge float, 5 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. Looks like there's already some resistance around 6 for ITUB. Yeah, Palantir on the move here, guys. Well, it was anyway. PLTR got up to 27.43, right back down to 27. Again, guys, I mean, how's Uber doing right off the bat? I'd be looking at that fade a lot of this stuff. Wow, too late. With the market doing this now, this is my, I don't want to call it a prediction, but my bias was certainly maybe to short this one, Uber. ATNM. Now, this was a disaster yesterday, guys. Wow, it's quite a bounce. ATNM, guys, this was a big disaster yesterday. Excuse me. It is an earnings play today, I guess. Earnings play today. This was a disaster yesterday, releasing some news. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Well, look at this. Look at ATNM. I mean, this had the news yesterday after the FDA determined. Yeah, okay. Well, I can't see this. It's loading a little bit, but determined, FDA determined something about their phase 3. They needed more data. Okay. But anyway, this is an earnings play today. For whatever reason, it's just popping huge. And a big bon matin to you, Assy, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, KVUE is holding its gains now. KVUE is an earnings play, holding its gains so far. VSEE, little move here for VSEE, actually got up to $4 or so in the pre-market. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news on this one. The last news I saw was on the 2nd. Yeah, this is happens every. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is one with Ava Robotics. But that was on the 2nd. This is not the news today. Well, so here's the. So far now, Lumen could not hold its gains. LUMN could not hold its gains. It's an earnings play, but also they talk about some kind of a $5 billion secured $5 billion in new business from companies seeking to secure their fiber capacity. Not doubting it, but it seems like a pretty high number. But anyway, so LUMN could not hold those gains at all. Somebody asked me about Serve. Well, Serve is yeah, so all over the place so far. Serve was a great one yesterday, actually. Closed right at the high, near the high anyway. It's not an earnings play. So there you go. William says Lumen has $14 billion in revenue and can't make any money on that revenue. HIMS is an earnings play, I believe. HIMS is an earnings play. Yes, it is. HIMS, obesity sector drug. So HIMS is an earnings play, moving down on earnings. A lot of shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. SMX, first halt and resume of the day, guys. Okay, guys. Now Palantir is still up for the day, but it is at the low of the day. So Palantir, PLTR, up for the day, meaning it's above yesterday's close, but it's at the low of today as we speak. PLTR. Look at this market, guys. If this takes out this right here, this 518. CASA, wow. Lucid lost 328,000 for every vehicle. It reminds me of Amazon when they first started. They talked about how they lost money every book they sold. Speaking of Bitcoin, yeah, IBIT. So IBIT is still big move off that 48,000. Well, actually, it's moving down a bit now with the market, I guess. Big move off that. Well, I'm looking at IBIT. Okay, I think Bitcoin got down to about 48,000 yesterday, and we're sitting at about 55,000 right now. All right, TGTX guys, TGTX making a market high. The pre-market high for TGTX was $20 or so. This is an earnings play. TGTX actually has some room if you look at a weekly chart. It looks like the highs are around 21.19. So over $1 to that next high, about $1.29 or so to the next high. Wyatt in our YouTube room, Cat is over the VWAP. It's an earnings play, okay? So Caterpillar, the VWAP is 319.18. So yeah, so Cat topped above the VWAP. Typically don't look at stocks like this. However, this is interesting. Look at this daily chart. High right there is 323.40. Takes that out. Next highs are way up here at around 350. So CAT is still mildly positive right now. Caterpillar did get up to 340. Wow, that's a big drop. Got up to 342 in the pre-market, all the way down. In the pre-market, got up to 342, dropped all the way down to 310. Wow. Yeah, KVUE is still pretty strong. Has not really had a big pullback yet. KVUE. Well, there's the SPY, guys. That was the level. I think it's a pretty important level. Well, that'll be the low now, taking out the low of the pre-market. So doesn't look good. Okay, ZI Zoom Info is an earnings play, guys. ZI moving down on earnings. This is lifetime low. Wow. Okay. ZI is a lifetime low. This is not Zoom. This is Zoom Info. Okay. I'm sure Zoom is not doing that much better, but maybe not down this level. But this is an earnings play. ZI is an earnings play, and it's also an all-time low. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. OLPX is an earnings play. OLPX is an earnings play. Cheap one, over $2 now. Next high looking left on the dailies. Looks like around 209 and then 221. So for me, there's just not enough room for it to move before it hits these potential resistance areas. I could be completely wrong. It could just power right through all that, but I won't be taking it. Yeah, look at this big red. Look at this opening bar now. Not the opening. This is what time is it now? 9:43. It's a 9:40 candle, 5-minute candle. SPY is barely positive. Okay, thank you, Casa. So KVUE, I sort of remember that now. Spin off from Johnson and Johnson. Quite a while ago, I guess. Take a look at a monthly chart. When did it start trading as MM? Yeah, right here, or KVUE. So it started trading like that in it's like May of last year. Well, so far, I mean, this has not succumbed yet to the market. This was sort of indicative of yesterday, guys. We had a lot of halts yesterday, and they were all halted on the way down. So this one forward was halted on the way down, resuming. SMX, let's take a look. Now, this one was halted on the way up, but SMX, let's see what it's doing right now. Well, this one's got some room, guys. RBA, this is an earnings play. When I say room, I'm just looking at a weekly chart. Actually, I can even look at a daily chart. Yeah, same thing. So it's got some room. RBA actually has some room to run if it wants to. In the face of the market, though, in the face of this market moving down, RBA is an earnings play. Now, interestingly, I'm not seeing a ton of stocks on the 10-day daily breakdown. Yesterday, this was full when we opened, so not a lot meeting my filter requirements on a 10-day daily breakdown, which means, of course, that they haven't broken yesterday's low. All those stocks that were down yesterday, not broken yesterday's low yet. Good morning, Real. Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see if anything. Okay, the market is putting a little bit of a bounce here. Okay, I'm going to put in stick an alert at the high here, 520. Well, there's the Lumen, guys. LUMN. Okay, LUMN. So pop from 365 up to 417. The next high looking left, coming in potential resistance, 420. That's on the weekly also. 420, yeah. So takes that out. Well, VSEE, guys, I thought that was the Lumen. Let's take a look at the Lumen. All right, TGTX is still reasonably strong here, guys, after the little pullback at the beginning. This is an earnings play. Pre-market high was around 2052. And that is kind of, let's see, 2111 is the next high, looking left. All right, let's take a look at a monthly chart for Lumen, just in case it really gets going. I mean, I know it's up 58%. I get it, but look at the monthly chart. And the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 581. So, I mean, if it can break through this 420, with any resolve, then the next high on the monthly chart anyway, it would have some room. It's just struggling right now to get through that high of last week. It was last week's high. Okay, Joshua, in our YouTube room, you have to go in limit order, okay? You can't go in market. That's about it. I mean, it's just like trading in the normal, I call it normal market hours, but you cannot place a market order. You have to go limit order. That's really it. And that's virtually every broker, unless somebody tells me that their broker can go in and market. But you have to go in a limit order. Okay. So for instance, if you were doing this in the pre-market, you could not go into the market order. You would have to go in a limit order. Okay. And kind of pick a price and then maybe with a bit of an offset, but you cannot go market. That's about it. There's no other major rule. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Well, guys, so much for all those upgrades. Look at Lumen, boy, all over the place. So much for the upgrades for Ever, EVER so far. And there are a lot of shares available too, million shares to short at Interactive Brokers. Just give me a moment, please. Well, it could be. I mean, Joshua, if you're going to trade the pre-market, only trade stocks that are liquid. Okay. Okay. It's really that simple. There are a lot of liquid stocks in the pre-market. All these stocks that release earnings. But just make sure you're in a stock. Trying to trade something that is liquid. Well, guys, speaking of the market, wow, we're getting a bit of a lift here. Now, there's no number that I know that came out, but we're getting a bit of a lift here in the market. Yeah, just because you want to get a stock at a certain price doesn't mean you're going to get filled there. All right. Wow, this is interesting. Very interesting. There's no economic number that came out that I'm aware of, but you cannot use a market order in the pre-market, right? Paradox. You can. You have to go limit. I mean, your big clue, I'm just talking to Joshua in our YouTube room. Your big clue is if you look at the spread in the pre-market for a stock, I mean, if it's a wide spread, just stay away from it. It's really that simple. Look at FIS, guys. So, boy, this market is some poppage here in the market. To take a look, make sure I don't think there was anything happening at 9:45. No, the only next thing I see on the economic calendar is at 1 p.m. the results of the $58 billion 3-year note auction. I don't see anything else, but something has popped this market. So I know Sangamo is an AI play from RAI. Just don't like it that much because I think it's got too much resistance left. But it's up to you, of course. It did get up to 116 in the pre-market. That's it's the alert was at 104. For me, there's just not enough room. All right, SCPX just got halted, and it looks like this got halted on the way down. Yeah, had a big pop and moved down. So this got halted on the way down. SCPX. Well, Joshua, anything is possible, of course. I mean, that would be the goal of anybody, regardless of whether it's market hours or, but you just have no guarantee that when the market opens, it's going to be higher than your pre-market buy. If it were that easy, boy, we'd all be doing it. That's a pretty big rip, though. It's interesting. I mean, after this looked pretty ominous down here, that's a pretty big rip. I agree. I mean, I'm not convinced. Okay, thank you, Captain. You definitely analyze all this stuff in way more detail than I do. Look at the ATNM guys. This is strange. It's strange to me. I mean, this got hammered down on FDA news yesterday. It's an earnings play today, but I don't think anybody expects these companies to make this company making money. But ATNM, it's a little bio. ATNM is just absolutely ripping. Wainwright is weighing in on them with a $4 price target. Well, I mean, obviously it's got room after the big drop yesterday. I mean, $8 is the next high looking left for ATNM, but it's just very strange to me that it's moving as an earnings play today anyway. Jones trading with a $9 price target. Maybe that's more like it. But that was yeah, that was yesterday after hours. I don't know Jones too well, but they did. They put up a $9 price target on ATNM. You know, that KVUE is still hanging really well. Really has not been affected by anything in the market so far. KVUE earnings play, as Casa pointed out, a spin-off from Johnson and Johnson last May, so a little over a year ago, a spin-off over the 200-day moving average, still hanging tough. Ooh, this was maybe an interesting one with that red showing up. The problem is the spread, 24.96, 25.40. That is too much of a spread, so I can't take that trade. Would have liked to maybe potentially shorted this one on that transition, but the spread is not keeping me out of it. So Lumen is still hanging around that 420 level. It's been pretty. I mean, if it takes that 420 level out in any sort of with some conviction, I mean, it's right there again, 419, 420 on the bid ask. Big float, big float. All right, guys. Uber is coming back, and maybe with the market, Uber's coming back. Look like I had kind of the sell off with the market right here, sell off with the market. We're trying to come back with the market. It is an earnings play. All right, guys. Well, again, this Lumen is just hanging around that 420 mark, and it's not with conviction. It's not taken it out yet. LUMN is just not. I mean, look how. I mean, for a float this big, it is pretty whippy, in my opinion. The volume is great. I mean, the volume is coming in, but it is pretty whippy for a float that big. I mean, it gets up to 424 and right back down to 4 approximately. All right, HIMS guys, this is an earnings play. HIMS is an earnings play. It is sort of trying to bounce with the market. All right, now the TGTX, let's take a look left again, 2109. So it's got a little bit of room. Actually, I'm wrong. 2031. 2031 is the next high in the daily chart. So it's got to get through that. Pre-market, it did get through that in the pre-market, but there it is. 2031 is the next high in the daily chart. So it's got to get through that. If it does get through that, 2106. So I wish it just had a lot more room where it could run, in which it could run. We've got choppy action, guys. Right now, we've got a little transition, color transition may be forming here. I'm going to go over this, the go-no-go charts, but basically orange is saying don't take the trade. We don't, even though, I mean, it looked like a beautiful pop here. They're basically saying we still don't quite see an advantage going long or short. The transition to this aqua could signify if we get aqua and then a blue, like a blue like this, could be could be a sign to go long. It's fine. All right. Now this was an earnings play on the first, August 1st, HTGC. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Obviously, it's got room, guys. 2072. This is a non-bank lender to venture capital-backed companies at all stages of development. So call it a fin. And Now, seeing it right there would have been really good. 1822 on that transition from the aqua to the blue. Now, this was the wild one from yesterday. This 10K. See, this one got up to $47 yesterday. That's even I think $40 was the pre-market high. So it even took out that pre-market high. And this was a crazy one from yesterday. Basically, they said that they've approved the merger with a company called Citius Pharma, obviously a private company. It's a SPAC. When it turns into Citius or the new symbol, I don't know. All right, guys. Uber's making that little transition now. Uber's making the little transition. Okay, making a little transition here. So 62.79 transition from that aqua to the blue. And not going to be hurt by the market for sure. As we speak, anyway, as we speak, market is moving higher. So let's see if Uber can take out this level and move a bit. It's an earnings play. Did get up to 63.81 or so in the pre-market. So a dollar. But as Captain says, I'm in scalp mode for sure. Now that doesn't mean if a stock goes up 5 cents, I'm going to take my profit. But my mentality is that I'm just not expecting big move. Not like the Sava yesterday. Well, Uber did not keep going. Okay, guys. So I took a loss on the Uber. Okay, I am going to take a look at it one more time. The minute that transition back to the Aqua is when I, basically said, okay, get out of it. So I'm going to have to take a look at this one more time, see if it gets back over 62.79. All right, MWA. This is Mueller Water Products. This is an earnings play. MWA, a lot of volume. Big float, 153 million in the float. We do have I'm sorry, no transition. Sorry. Wow, Uber right back up, you miserable. Okay, let me see again. Let me see again on this Uber. All right, Dave, excuse me, Dave is an earnings play and bit of a reversal on the way down, 5-minute reversal on the way down. This is an earnings play. It is still positive for the day, but it is starting to move down a bit. All right, guys. Now Target TG, not Target, TGTX looks still pretty interesting. I mean, there's the pre-market high, 2052. It's getting closer to that. SGRY is an earnings play. SGRY Surgery Partners. This is an earnings play. The next high looking left is has some room, 3102. So it's got about $1, a little over $1 to the next high looking left for SGRY. But again, a bit of a spread issue. Well, now the spread tightened. Okay, guys. I'm looking at okay. Uber is tempting me again. Uber is tempting me again. Okay, guys. Uber takes out 63. It's I'm not sure what you mean, Joshua. Looking at a pre-market chart, I mean, this is pre-market right here. Okay. There's no such thing as a pre-market chart. You got pre-market time. There's Uber. Okay, if you can see my screen, here's Uber. I have no idea what you mean. It seems to change over from what I was previously viewing. You know, I have again, right click, time frame, sorry, not time frame, but properties. If you've got show pre-market check, then I don't really know what you're talking about. Okay. When obviously I'm in the room before the market opens and I have a pre-market. I don't have a pre-market chart. I just have pre-market selected. So I don't know what you mean when you say it changes over. And when you say 8:30, are you talking Eastern time? What time period? Like what time zone are you talking? So I need more information. I'm talking to Joshua in our YouTube room. I just don't know what you mean. It changes over at 8:30. You're talking Eastern time or? All right. Okay, Uber. Well, it can't do it automatically, Joshua. It's almost impossible. I mean, it's not going to switch over. I mean, you're talking right here. So 8:30 must be your time zone. Was that Central or you're talking 9:30? Well, of course it's going to switch over. Can you see my 5-minute chart for Uber? Okay. So can you see my 5-minute chart? I mean, when you say switches over, well, of course it's going to, which is in theory what you want. So yeah, so that tan area right there, the brownish area, that's pre-market. Once the market opens, I mean, there's your. Why wouldn't you want that? I've already taken some off, Grumpy. I don't trust it. Just over 63. It was right around here, 77, 78, right around here. So that makes sense, Joshua. I mean, when you say it turns, I mean, that's what it's supposed to do. You have your pre-market shading, and then when the market opens, the shading stops. Thoughts on Lumen? Let's take a look at Lumen. Yeah, I mean, with the news, I mean, it's eye-catching news. I mean, $5 billion, it's eye-catching news, but it just can't seem to take out that 420, Bernadette. If it can take out that 420 in a big way, I mean, it's got room. You look when we looked at a monthly chart, it had some room to about the 5 level, a little over 5. Okay, Uber. Well, that's how charts work, Joshua. I mean, if you've got pre-market data selected, you know, to watch what I do. If I go to properties and I uncheck show pre-market, okay, now I don't have that post-market. That purple area is yesterday after hours. That's the post-market. Notice now I don't have any pre-market data. I'm not really sure what the issue is, but if the minute I choose also to want to see pre-market data, we get all the pre-market data. But the minute the market opens, I mean, this is the market. Why wouldn't you want this? It's not all one time. I mean, it's just a transition from the so-called pre-market to the market hours. That's what you want. Whoa, look at the SPY guys. Okay, well, we're taking we just took out the high here. We start getting our data at 4 a.m. Joshua, okay, 4 a.m. Eastern time. And then so what we call the normal market hours start at 9:30. Really not much more to it. Okay. All right, guys, 10:22. So Uber has not been, I wouldn't call it smooth, but it's been okay. Okay. And of course, I would love to see it move a lot higher, but there's the pre-market high is up here, 63.77. So maybe it can get close to that area. Okay, guys, let me go over my homepage and the information you can find on it, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can do so. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. It helps to keep the rooms free. Rooms get credit for the subscription, helping to keep the rooms free, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? You must do that first. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A series of videos. Michael Noss put all this together. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room again today. He was in our YouTube room yesterday. So he put all this together. It is a free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. There was no trade this week. There was no trade that Steve could find this week. So basically said stay in cash. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section right here. Here's our user guide. More information, getting started. There's that getting started. More information, a lot more detailed information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. PI stock racing. You can see I'm running a race right here. Here's how you can create your own race. I'm going to go over this race, but here's how you can create your own race with your own time periods, etc. Okay. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time, putting them on my charts. If you wanted to create your own watch list, okay, your own watch list, you can do so. Lot of information, of course, is in the guide. You do not have to learn everything, okay? There's the Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday. It is Michael Noss again. He took over from he was in yesterday also, but he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay, when I take my break. So if you're looking for my scans, yeah, look at Uber. I'm out. Yeah, I just don't like the way it's trading. So I'm completely out of Uber. Basically got back what I lost the first time and a little bit more, nothing great. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. Here are my scans. Yeah, before you, Jesus, absolutely look at that course, okay? I hate to call it a course, but I mean, it's a series of videos and it's all free if you're new to trading. before you even understand. I mean, there's no real mystery between how the AI works. We'll go over it, but there's no real mystery. So if you're looking for my scans, so this race right here is this one right at the top here. But you notice I'm also sharing the other three. I'm also have the other three. I'm going to flip back and forth between the three of them, mainly leaving it on this one just because the market is having a lift today. But here are the three races right here that I'm sharing. There's the momentum scan right over here. Pulse resumes right here. And then this is sort of an offshoot of the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. But please do not load all of them and into one giant layout. Way too much information, okay? I have a lot of here. I don't have them all up and running, but I do have a lot of other ones that people might want to take a look at. Okay. As far as the AI is concerned, Jesus, I mean, it's really, you get the alert. That's why you have to have some trading experience. Okay. There's an alert price. There's a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, though, will be up to you. Okay. So there's no real mystery behind it. Okay. I mean, it's just, you just wait for the alerts to happen, but you have to have some trading experience. So that's why, you better do that. Take a look at that trading 101 first, regardless of whether it's an AI alert or any other alert that we see here. You have to have some, because when you click on an alert, you have to know what the chart is trying to tell you. And so it doesn't really matter if it's an AI alert or any other alert. Yes, real. All right, guys. Not the VIX, but VYX. VYX is making a new low here. Earnings play, guys. Earnings play. And it's at yesterday's low, is it? 1243 is yesterday's low. So it's kind of right there. To me, though, between the current price and all this over there, could be too much resistance for me. Areas where it could stall from moving down if I wanted to short this one. So I'm gonna take a pass. So, I've been following Intel like a hawk over the last 3 days when it had its earnings and, got down to 20. This was its earnings play on the second, and it's still hanging around that 20 mark. So Intel is not moving at all with the market. Not at all. The market has been moving higher and Intel has been steadily moving down. All right, guys, let me just quickly go over what Trade Ideas is all about. First of all, if you're new to the rooms, welcome to the rooms. This is the format between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time, Monday to Friday. I usually take off between 2:30 and quarter to 3. In our main room, William has most of the time kept the room open until 4. May not happen today. Under no obligation to do it any single day, but I'll let everybody know if he's going to do it. So when I do take off, you can head over to the main room. So let me go over this scan, my momentum scan, to explain what Trade Ideas is all about. So this is an alert window where a lot of screening programs are out there. We are a scanner and a screener. Okay. For us, a scanner means real-time alerting. So if I right-click this scan and click on configure, this summary, it tells me exactly what the scan is looking for. And again, I'm sharing this. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive, approximately 10:30 Eastern time. Volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. This is why I call a momentum scan. All of a sudden, some volume is coming in. So here's the bottom line is this. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time this happened was at 10:23. I mean, we're 10:33 now. So in the last 10 minutes, no stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. A little surprising. This is a very active scanner. And, the market has had a bit of a pop. But that's the way it works. Okay. This is a real-time alerting. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. Of course, it's on my homepage. But if you wanted to make a change, of course you could. If you don't like that price range, for instance, maybe you want a different price range. Maybe there's a filter that you like. Maybe you want to add it. There you go. So there's the fiber, FYBR, just made a new high of the day, meeting all these filter requirements. That's a real-time alert for FYBR. Okay. So again, if you want to make any adjustments to this, of course you can. But if you like it the way it is, it's on my homepage. Creating your own scan, if you want to do that, you can do that also. I clicked on search this time. This shows you all of the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off with the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But you notice if I scroll down, all these icons, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. I'm going to keep scrolling down. These icons, these are the filter icons that these are the filters that we've got, all right? Now, before you look at this, especially if you're new, don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The reason there are so many, and I think this makes perfect sense, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So bearing that in mind, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't feel you have to learn them all. You don't have to. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. And now I'm starting to use a 5-minute high and 5-minute low in this one. Okay. But that's it. Doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. And I only use a handful of the filters. Again, doesn't mean the ones that I don't use are bad. Just means for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all. Well, you should be able to put any indicator, and we have the indicators here. Now, I have a feeling, though, you don't have MACDs, do you? Yeah, MACDs are not here. So, no, MACD is not. Well, there it is, but I'm not sure you have it. I know I have it. I'm in a development version, but I've seen that question before about MACD. So I'm not sure that you guys are able to, even though I have it here in the list. If you have it in a list, then you can. Oh, you do have MACD now. Okay, thank you, Pepe. For the longest time, you guys didn't really. Right. Sorry, for the longest time, you guys did not have it, right? So yeah, so you should be able to drop it in. Well, okay, let me see. I'll bring up a new chart. Well, I'll try to drop it in here. Actually, no, I don't want to. I'll bring up a new chart. I don't use MACD at all, so, but let me see what happens when I try to drop it in. Modify color, so new chart area, so I can put it in a new chart area. I don't know if that's typical or on in the chart, but let me just do it, see what happens. Okay, so it happened for me. I actually think I clicked on it twice. That's why I got it twice. So I don't know. I don't know. You can see right on my chart, they dropped in. That's a new chart area. You could put it in the chart if you want, but so I don't know. I don't know why it's not dropping in for you. No idea. You saw what I did though, and it, easily dropped in. Do I short? Yes, I do short, Joshua. Yes. Yeah, I don't have any idea. I know you seem to run into these problems, Bezavi. I have no idea why. I'm not dismissing your problems, but it's so hard to, if I can't duplicate things, it's almost impossible for me to help. Well, guys, looks like I was wrong about the TGTX. Well, maybe not wrong. I thought maybe there'd be more resistance around the 2030 mark. So that's been a pretty good one from our AI, 2005, 2076 now. Well, real, as you know, that depends on your trading platform. Some trading platforms you press sell, some you press or buy, some you press submit, some you. So it has to go into a new chart area. Okay. So you can't put it in among the chart itself. Okay. Maybe that's it. There's no video placing orders when shorting, Joshua. Okay. Again, you're obviously pretty new to trading. I probably wouldn't short, okay, until you understand. But I'll just demonstrate. I'll just demonstrate what shorting looks like, in the simulator. There's no video though. I mean, this is just basic market stuff. Okay, so if I wanted to short Lumen, okay, there's a LUMN. Basic. Now all brokers are different. In here, should say they're all different, but I mean, if I want to short Lumen right now, okay, I would press first of all, I'd press how many shares I want, 400 shares, hit the sell button and send it. Okay. And now I'm in a short. I mean, it's that simple. Okay. I mean, there's nothing more to it. You have to understand shorting is just the reverse of buying. There are other nuances. Your broker has to have shares available and things like that. But that's something else. But so now when I short, if I shorted this one, now I hope the price goes down. Price goes down to say $4, then I just reverse the procedure and I buy it. So there's no video. I mean, if you want to get I mean, we don't have a video on shorting. That's just basic market. You can go to Google and, how do I short a stock? If you want a little, little more detail, but I mean, that's it. Oh, I see. Okay. In terms of the XY axis. Okay. And if I want to get out of the trade in there, I just flatten it. That's in our Brokerage Plus. This is a simulator, guys. You can practice trading. Now, Lumen is getting a little interesting. Finally, I think you are overthinking, Joshua. Yeah, I really do. Sometimes, and when you're new and you get overwhelmed with all the information that comes at you, and you think you have to know everything. The good news is you don't have to know everything. And if you're new to trading, you don't have to know how to short. But you saw what I did. I mean, it's really the mechanics of it is not that much different from going long. It's just that's why you'll always hear me say things like, well, I can't short. I might say something like, I can't short a stock because Interactive Brokers don't have shorts available. And because I'm referring to this, but this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with any other program, nothing to do with trade ideas, but this tells me how many shorts are available. So you will hear me say it from time to time when I click on an alert, and then I'll see this box, and won't have any available shares to short. So that's when I'll say I cannot short it because there are no shares available at Interactive Brokers. But your broker and anybody who's listening to me, if you have E-Trade, Fidelity, of course, Centerpoint, your broker may have shares available. Come on, Lumen. Now, just because of what it did before, guys, I'm taking some off here. I mean, it still has room. If it hadn't been so jumpy and gyrating around earlier on in the day. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Boy, guys, this is it's quite the rip now, guys. Seriously. I certainly would not have predicted this after this 940 candle right there that got, well, that actually the 935 candle that took out the pre-market low of the SPY. I thought, well, okay. Now, I'm not, nobody knows that this is going to last, but this is definitely a lot better than I thought. Yikes. Ante got halted on the way down. Ante. All right, Lumen. Okay, guys. Well, with this market lift, see if we can get another pop over 450. All right. So let's see. How about 460? You can see once it finally took out that 420 in a bigger way, right around here, it finally started to move. Joby or Job? I'm not sure what you mean by that real. Come on, Lumen. Now, again, guys, remember we looked at the monthly chart for Lumen, Lumn, and what we saw was the next high in the monthly chart was 578. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least there is that in terms of room. Now, obviously, if you took this apart on a weekly basis, there could be something else. All right, this is cool. Every time I put a price alert in now, it's popping it. Of course, it's not moving because I'm putting a price alert. KWeb. Let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, transition would have been right here. What time was that? That was at 9:40, and following it, 25.79 was the transition from the aqua to the blue. All right, guys, let me go over these races or this race here. Okay. I mean, I got the three races here, but I'm not, basically with the market doing what it's doing, decided just to keep the biggest gainers from the open. These are the losers. These are the large cap gainers. Okay. So let me go over these races. And these are all three of these races are on my homepage. Okay. You can have all three of these races. They're all on my homepage. I don't say you have to have them all up and running, but you have the option of whatever one you want. All three, fine. But so what are the races all about? So I'm running 4-minute races. And again, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then go to the guide. And there's a whole section on TI stock racing. All right. This is really turning out to be a nice trade now. As is TGTX. We have three really nice ones from the Sigma. I'm not as, I mean, I know it's got a nice percentage move, but certainly the TGTX and the Lumen, two really nice ones from the AI today. There's the Lumen, there's the TGTX, so 5%, 13%, 5%. I know this one is up 8%, but you know, you have to take a lot of shares to make any money on it, and I just have my feeling it's not going to get through 120. Wow. Okay, how do you get the transition color on your chart? So the charts you're seeing here, I'm going to go over the races, but the charts you're seeing here, these are what we call go no go charts. Okay, so this is an add-on. It's a $50 a month add-on, but this is if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas. I'm just going to talk in generally. If you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas and you want to find out more about the go no go charts, this is what you should do. Click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Okay, and then we have a channel called Go No Go Charts. Click on it, and then this should have popped up somewhere. Okay, and this is an explanation. You can launch the video and the channel explainers. Two videos that go over Go No Go charting and text. This is what the color transitions are all about. Okay. So if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, of course you have access to the channel, but in order to get the go no go charts working, you must. It is a $50 a month add-on. The reason it is because this is a third-party technology that we're licensing from the people who created Go No Go. Michael Noss is also, and he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So in about an hour from now, you can ask him a lot more questions about it. But he created all the scans also that you can use. These ones here are more for swing trading. Okay, and then these ones, I click on New and then Market Explorer, right click, hover over Strategy, and then Go No Go, and then all this pops up. These 5-minute ones, these are for intraday trading. Okay, so these are scans that he has created. That you can use in conjunction with. I don't use them. I'm just using, I'm happy right now anyway. I'm happy enough with my scans to produce what I want to see on the Go No Go charts. Yeah, that is the amazing thing. The fact that it has that float. I know somebody looked last week because we saw this one last week, of course, when it did. Let me get back to a weekly chart. And somebody went, I think, to Yahoo or one of the other sites, and they found it had like 700 million. So whatever that number is, it's a big number, and that is a huge move with that float. Now, I'd be a little wary about that 5. So let me get back. Let me get back to the races. So I run 4-minute races. Again, you can pick the time period you want. You just have to go to the education section and the guide, and then TI Stock Racing. So what does this mean? I'm running 4-minute races. Well, you can see I have a little over a minute left for this race to complete. Since the race started 3 minutes ago, Lumen, L-U-M-N, has moved the most, 3.4%. Now it just dropped a little, 2.3%. You can see why. It just pulled back a little. Okay, and that's how basically that's the whole concept of the racing. When the race starts, it'll look at the stock. The stock that has moved the most will be the top. Second is here, third, etc. Okay. When the race is over, well, in fact, the last winner was Lumen, and we'll see if this can hold on. VC could take over. In fact, it just did. Let me just see. Let's wait 22 seconds, 21 seconds for the race to be over and see if this maintains its lead. And you can see that VSEE won 2 races previously, and it looks like it's going to win this race. All right, so it just won that race. So that's the third race it's won. Notice what happens. A top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay? So this gives you a nice focus of stock or stocks that you can focus on all day long, the ones that have won the most races. So for instance, if I look at AT&M, just take a look and see what it's doing. Okay, maybe it's coming into the VWAP, which 298 is the VWAP, so it's broken down below the VWAP. Hasn't? But what if the VWAP, I don't know, was 270 and it was moving into it? If you're a VWAP type player that wants to see what stocks do around the VWAP, will the VWAP act as support? Maybe it bounces off. Okay, maybe there's a moving average is coming into. Or maybe transition, if you've got the go, no go charts, maybe there's an interesting transition that's happening. So what I'd be doing is I'd be clicking on these alerts and just seeing, okay, won a race before, what's happening with it right now? And these are the large. So notice that each race will create a top 10 list for you. Now, this is just a large cap one. So what I've done, well, first of all, your question, if you're watching this for the first time, you should be saying to yourself, well, why are these stocks showing up? Like, what makes these stocks special? So if I right click on this race, and I open the top list, wow, what a difference from yesterday, guys. So all races start off from a top list window. Okay, they all start off from a top list window. Now, this is what I'm using. Notice when I right click on the top list window, there's an option to launch the real time stock race. Well, that's what I'm saying. So you can create your own top list window and launch a race from it. This is what I'm using. Now, yesterday, when we looked at this window, there were only, maybe 20 stocks in it, based on what was happening yesterday. Look how full it is today, and that's typical. But why are these stocks showing up? Well, if I right click and click on configure and summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up from 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. That's what I'm saying. You can customize your top list window to how you like and use the parameters that you want. This is just what I want to see. So before we had races, the way a person would use a top list window is if you had a column header, you could sort on any column header that you had. So notice I've got the change from the close percent is up here. So if I double left click on it, Lumen is up 83% from yesterday's close. Sigmo 49%, etc. Okay, that's how. So if you said, well, show me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday, that's how you would do it. With your filter requirements, the price range you like and minimum volume and all those sorts of things. If you wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, it's opening trade. As long as you have the change from the open percent as a column header, you could sort on it. So RGC is up 38%, OLPX 26%, etc. So that's all well and good, but what the races do takes it to another level. What if Backs right down here. Okay, it's up, jumping around, but if Backs is up 5.8% from the open, what if all of a sudden, for some reason, Back started to really move? It was up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, 15%. How could you possibly know that? Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high of the day or it's changed the most from the open. It doesn't care. All it cares about is that when the race started, what stock in this whole list of symbols is moving the most. That's all it cares about. Okay, it doesn't have to be near the highs up here. It just has to be moving up in this list of stocks. Now you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. What I'd be doing, I'd be clicking on these symbols that you see right now. What's happening? Oh, there's the lumen again. Okay, now it probably looks like a struggle to get through five. That's a pretty psychological number, to get through. So if you took this trade, I know what I'd be doing. I already offloaded some down here, but five to me is a huge number to try to get through. But that's up to you. So yeah, just click on the alerts. I mean, if you see something in the list, click on it and just see what it's doing. There's Mira. Mira could be interesting. You might look at this again, 230. There's the VWAP, 227. Maybe the VWAP is going to act as support. And that's why you have to have some trading experience. Trade is a fabulous tool. It's a tool to trade, okay? But it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates the ideas, but you have to know what you're looking at on a chart to understand if you should trade it or not. And it doesn't meet your trading plan and style. Well, trading is not easy, and that's why we have a simulator, and you should practice trading. Okay, guys, so I am now looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So now at this point, I'm looking for transitions. Okay, so in the go no go, the way it works very simplistically. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see if I can find one for Lumen. Yeah, not a great example. Sava was an awesome example yesterday, 3 different times during the day. Well, the Uber. Okay, I mean the Uber could turn into something again. Okay, this is the theory, though. Uber for me has been a little bit jumpy, but when it transitions from this aqua to the dark blue, that's a suggestion to go long. Okay, and you can see it worked for a while. 62.83, it got up to 63.36. Same thing could happen though. If we get a transition from this aqua to blue again, that could be another sign to go long. Uber. It's all about the transition. When you see orange, orange is basically telling you don't take the trade at all. With this system, it's saying, we don't find a big advantage going long or short. Even though this is, there's a giant candle here, just the way it works. Yeah, Iris, you can see that one right there. It must have been moving down for a while. So it means but it doesn't mean it's bad. What this system tries to do also is keep you in a trade until. So let's just say I was in Uber down here. Let's just pretend that there was a nice transition down here at 61, and it's been moving up, and then all of a sudden you get this bar coming down. Okay, but it has not transitioned to the aqua. What it's trying to tell you is, what I'd be doing, I would have taken some profit, but I would keep in the trade until actually it transitioned back to the aqua. Okay, and then at that point I'd probably be out of everything. That's just the way I'm using it. Everybody can use it in a different way. What is it saying about Lumen? Let's take a look. So yeah, I mean they're basically saying keep in the trade. Okay, there is no until it transitions to this aqua, they're saying, you can keep in the trade. Now, what's wonderful if you're down here because I have taken profit. So yeah, it doesn't, I don't mind keeping in this trade to see whether or not, it can take out five. But if I had taken this trade here, I mean, I'd be a little reluctant to do that. Sava though was a wonderful example yesterday. I wish I had my lines drawn up. Let me just see if I can bring up that chart for Sava yesterday. We had three separate. See if I can. Yeah, we had a great alert for Sava right here on the transition right there at around 28. We had another one here. So you see right there, it's telling you if somehow you were able to keep your entire position, then all the way up to here. And then when you get that aqua, that is where you will start to sell. Okay. You don't have to sell everything, but that would be an indication. But look what happened right after another entry. It got back to the blue. Okay. Moved higher and then started to drop. And then another potential entry right here on that transition. Three separate entries for Sava yesterday. Okay, so Frank, so what I'm doing is I'm sharing individual scans, okay, Frank? So question in our YouTube room, do I share my layout? Not exactly, but you can kind of pick and choose what you want. So if you click on my homepage link, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down until you get to the scan section and you click here. So these three races that you see here, 1, 2, 3, they're right up here, okay? Pulse resumes is over here. The momentum scan is here. And this is an offshoot of the, you can take a look at this, the gap continuation or reversal. I changed it just a little bit. Okay, right here. Right here. Okay, and that's good. That's a very active scanner, Frank. Very active. But there it is right there. Okay. Ah, man, there's that 10K from yesterday also. Now this actually had some nice ones also from the go no go. Now the difference is that this was extremely whippy, and it still is. I think the 5 is a pretty big resistance. But just like that 420 was big resistance for quite a while, when it once it popped through it, it really roared through it. So I in fact, so I don't have that much left of the lumen, but I have I have. So I'm going to kind of try to obey these this, and if it pops through that 5, who knows? Now I think, what did we say? 548 or so was the next high on the monthly chart. 578 on the monthly chart. So we still have some room on the monthly chart. I appreciate that, Frank. Well, Joshua, you have to have your own style. Okay, I'm not going to say, you're saying you see a small profit. I can take that profit in dollars and leave the rest in there. Question mark. Practice trading, Joshua. Okay, use our simulator. Practice trading. I'm not going to. I can't tell you. Yes, that's what you should do. I know what I do, but my style can be very, very different from your style. But I am saying that this is keeping me in a trade a lot longer than I normally would. I don't even have a regular chart anymore. I have no idea if any one of these candles was red on a 5 minute. I really have no idea. I don't have a regular chart anymore. All right. Well, we took it out. So let's see. I mean, we may just keep. I'll be watching this to see how well it holds this 5. Now, guys, the reversal is true on the short side. Okay. Let me see if I can find biggest cap loser. So the reversal is true on the short side. So this is what I'm talking about. So I'd like to see one that just sort of really, really stands out. I mean, this is choppy. Okay. I mean, this is rather choppy, but what happens is that if this pink turns into this deep purple right here, this would be an opportunity to short. I mean, for me, this is just too choppy. Okay. But just because I'm getting these transitions doesn't mean I'm not just automatically going to take a trade. I have to still follow my other trading rules. Do I want to trade something that looks pretty choppy? I also have to I have to look left. If I'm going to short this, where could it go before it hits that next low? So, my basic rules still apply. But that would be the idea, that if this pink turned into deep purple, that would be an idea to short. It's just the reverse of an aqua turning into blue, pink turning into deep purple. So here's an example with the TGTX. If you took this one, either from the AI or, we have been talking about this, we saw this one in the pre-market, so we know this was super active. So right now you see that transition taking place. So if you took this around the 20 level and you just held, I probably wouldn't have, just because of, it was still a little bit whippy, but let's just pretend you did hold all the way up here, started to drop, kept holding. The minute you get that little aqua, that is your sign to, okay, maybe I should start taking some off. Okay, maybe I should start taking some off. And understand, there is no foolproof system. Okay, but I'm really getting into this color transition, but it doesn't mean they're all going to work. Now you can see this one. Now this is a big, huge float, 6.5 billion in the float. Japanese stock company. Of course, Japan has been rocked. So consequently, I'm probably not that interested, even though it's got a lot of room. I mean, yesterday's high was 12.18. It had earnings. This is the earnings reaction that day. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let's take a quick look at what the market's doing. So we're having a little bit of a sell-off, not a huge one. Now we get a transition from aqua to orange, which would be basically saying, no advantage one way or the other in theory. Now sometimes doesn't happen that often that I've seen. Again, I don't have a ton of experience with these go no go charts, but sometimes you can see a transition that bypasses. So the idea would be if you were looking to short the SPY, you'd wait to see if that first turned orange and then pink and then red or a deep purple. Okay. Sometimes though I've seen a transition that bypasses the intermediate steps. Not often though. Hmm. This could be an interesting one. I know I saw this one earlier. VYX. Problem is, I know it's an AI alert. 1243 is the next low looking left, and you can see how it struggled to get through that. And that's right. I remember seeing this one. Even if it did get through that, to me anyway, it looks like there could be too much resistance not that far away. So I'm not interested in it. Doesn't mean it won't work. Just means it doesn't meet my trading style. Look at the weekly chart. To me, they're just possible areas where it could find support. Remember, we're trying to short this one, so it's just not interesting to me. All right, guys. Now this is it's a trading room, but it's also a support room, and I've been getting questions, which is great. You can ask questions all day long. I'll attempt to answer them. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer an accounting question, but I will be able to direct you to the proper parties that can answer any accounting question. No, Frank, there will not be support for Mac OS. What the company is really trying to do is get the web-based version as close to possible as a downloadable app. Okay. So there's not going to be a Mac OS version, but trying to get the web-based version as close as possible. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use, so yeah, Frank, you can use Parallels or any other emulation software. And that's what most of the people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, that's what they do. Michael Noss, he doesn't use Parallels. I know he uses Amazon Web Services, AWS. You can also do that. Yeah, the web-based version is not quite there yet. I mean, if a person doesn't care about practicing trading using our simulator, then okay, it's maybe not as big a deal. If you only have one monitor, it's maybe not as big a deal. But I've got three monitors, so simple to move things around. The different monitors, um, and then the simulator. There are other differences, but bottom line is this, because they do get the question every now and then: what's better to use, the web-based version or the app? Absolutely, 100% the application. Okay, so there's a difference, Frank. Okay, you're talking about now our homepage, and we do have a web-based version of the product that looks a lot like this. That's what I thought you were talking about. You're talking about going to our homepage. Well, you can have, yeah, I mean, the web-based version, let me just show you what I mean. I'm talking to Frank in our YouTube room. See, this is when I talk about the web-based version, this is what the web-based version looks like, okay? You're talking about going to our homepage and seeing all the scans that have been pre-configured. The web-based version, though, this is what when I talk about the web-based version, this is what I'm talking about. You can create your own scans and the same way as you can in the app. So you could have the momentum scan in here in the web-based version, if that makes sense. And you have the channels. It causes my computer just to go a little bit crazy. Okay, that's the web-based version of the product, as opposed to going to our homepage and seeing the pre-configured scans that are there. Well, yeah. So, Marky, I mean, there's that level right there, that 121. Okay, on the daily chart. So, my thoughts, it's got to take it out, right? It's got to take it out, and even if it did take it out, the next high in the weekly chart is about 130. So, that's why I didn't like the Sigmo. For me, it just didn't have enough room. Yeah. So you were using, and there's nothing wrong. I mean, look, a lot of people don't want to create their own scans. They want something that's sort of delivered to them without having to do anything, and that's fine. So, so this is what you're talking about. These are just delivered to you, and there's nothing wrong with that. My computer goes a little crazy when I'll load this, but when I have my app up and running. So yeah, you can go to different. So I don't use this because I mean, I want to have control over my scans. Okay, so that's why obviously I use this control over my scans, meaning I want to pick my price range, my minimum volume, my filters that I want to use. But if you don't care about that one, if you don't care about that, then fine. The other thing that it's an absolute must for me is the linking. So when I click on a symbol like RGC, what happens is it automatically loads into my order entry interactive brokers. Okay. Now in the web-based version, you cannot link. So I mean, which is not a big deal if you're not really clicking on that many symbols all day long. But for me, somebody like myself, it would drive me crazy if I had to type the symbol in every time, as opposed to just being able to click on the symbol and it loads into my order entry. Boy, we saw this U earlier. This is a very good one. No, no, all blue all day long. U all day long. An earnings play. Wow, 8:30. I mean, well, 8:30 my time. 11:30 already, guys. So I will be taking my break in about half an hour. It's supposed to be Michael Noss. I will confirm. I'm sure it's going to be him, but I just want to confirm. And if you want to learn a lot more about the go no go charts, I would head over there between 12 and 1 when I take my break because Michael, he's basically instrumental in getting the guys like the guy who started it, one of the founders. He's I think he's the president of the CMT, and Michael's a CMT and all that. So he knows the guy very well, and so that's why it was a real push to get these go no go charts. It's taken a long time. I mean, this did not start just yesterday in terms of trying to get them into our system, into trade ideas. So he knows now. I don't think he hasn't. I'm probably the biggest user right now because I'm using it every day. All my charts now are go no go charts. And of course, I'm clicking on so many symbols all day long. So right now, I'm probably within Trade Ideas the biggest user. But Michael certainly a lot of knowledge about the go no go charts. And just as an aside, the go no go charts were not developed basically for intraday trading. They were developed really for swing trading. And this is the first time that anybody has really tried to use them for intraday trading, as far as I know. And I think it's mainly because the CMA guys, I mean, they're more into longer term trades. Michael himself is more into the longer term trades, swing trading, whereas I am not. I like that. Yeah, it makes me a pioneer. Well, I think the CMT guys are interested, or CMT, yeah, did I say CMA? CMT guys are interested to see how this is working for day trading. Yeah, just a mindset, Daniel. Question was why I don't swing trade. Just a mindset. I like to be out of everything at the end of the day. Don't have to worry about anything happening overnight. Anything that could affect the markets overnight. No, I held nothing long term. I mean, the longest term thing I held for a while, which one was a little while ago, and that was about 3 or 4 days. Oh, I know what it was. It was the serve, wasn't it? Yeah, it was serve. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore, but yeah, I held that one for me like an eternity for me. So, guys, you see how the Lumen did. So, the minute it broke down through five again, that was it for a while anyway. I mean, it did get over the five. And remember what I was saying? I was saying, watch to see how, well, first of all, how well it held over five. But if it starts drifting down to five, I'd be very, very aware. And now look what's happening. Well, before I had trade ideas, I mean, I was somebody who would hold stocks for a long time. Yeah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to the time frame X. I mean, I probably wouldn't use. I mean, I wouldn't use it on a 1 minute chart just because. But yeah. I mean, you can certainly use it. I mean, look at the transition right there. Okay, if it's an active stock with a lot of volume, see what you don't want to do. It's a trend. It is a trend. It's a trend system. If we want to call it a system. The problem is, I actually tried to use it on a 3 minute chart a little while ago last week. I just found it was a little too jumpy. Like you get it up, up, down, up, down. In this particular case, would have been awesome. Okay, would have been awesome. They could 478 on that transition. See how and this is what I was talking about. Typically, the transition would have been from aqua to orange to pink and then to deep purple. Look how it transitioned immediately, which means, you know what? Hop on this trade right now, in theory. And that's a short. So you could have taken this at 478 or so, getting down to 453, not bad. So yeah, you can use it on any time frame you want, X. No, what I said, Joshua, was for the Lumen, when it broke over five, just be aware, I don't know, just be aware of how well it held over five. And the minute it started coming into five, because I just think five is such a psychological number. When it broke down through five, that to me, oh moment. But that's me, Joshua. Okay, that is me. I'm trying to, when Michael gets into the YouTube room in about 20 minutes, he's going to talk about your, no, I want to say your, like the general your trading plan. You must have a trading plan. People ask him, well, what do you think about this one? What do you think about that stock? And he'll say, well, if it meets your trading plan, you can do this. If it doesn't, don't, but it has to meet your trading style and plan. All right. So Michael will be taking over for me in about 20 minutes. Anyway, get back to my 5-minute chart. Let's see what it looks like on a 2-minute. See, look at the difference. See, look at the difference on a 2-minute chart. You don't have that transition. On a 3-minute chart, same thing. You don't get that red or that purple. Now, the other thing that is different too, it depends on whether or not you're using pre-market data or not pre-market data. I like pre-market data on my charts, but if I take the pre-market data off, those candles will change again. And it's up to you. There's no right or wrong. Okay. See how it's up. Actually, you can see some dramatic differences when you're using pre-market and not pre-market. There's no right or wrong. Okay. I like pre-market, so I use pre-market. That's such an odd one for me. The 34-day EMA. So draw. Why 34? What is the significance of that? It's probably why not? Yeah, okay. But if you divide 34 into the number of weeks times the number of full moons, but I've seen it before though. I think I have seen the 34. I think I'm not using it, but I think Ripster uses the 34. I'm not using this channel at all. I don't want to overwhelm myself, but I mean, we do have this Ripster channel too. And now this is part of the system. It's not an add-on, but I'm not using it. Now, if you're people who are interested in the Ripsters, in the Ripster clouds that are formed, Michael can explain that a lot better than I can, just because I don't use it. I tried at the beginning and I thought it was interesting, but I just couldn't develop an edge for me. So I went back to my old style, but I am embracing this for sure. Yeah, so X, so the good question. No, you can be a standard subscriber. You don't need a premium service, the premium service to have the Go No Go charts. Standard or premium, doesn't matter. And it's a monthly subscription, okay? So you can cancel at any time. You can use my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. But again, before anybody takes out a subscription to this, okay, please watch the video. Make sure you kind of understand what you're getting into. I can kind of explain all this, but don't take out a subscription unless you go to the Go No Go charts at the channel and watch these two videos. Okay, watch the two videos. I think it's explained very well. And then also you can take a look at this. This is the text telling you, in essence, what the color transitions are all about. And you can try it for a month. If you don't like it, no problem. You just unsubscribe from it. And it works way better, of course, when a stock is trending. Okay, not as good when a stock is chopping up and down. Even though you're going to get the transitions, but it works way better when the stock is trending. Had we seen a transition here, okay, nice trend, but we didn't see one. Okay, there was no transition. Now, I wouldn't call this a great trend, but we do have a transition. But you look at all the different colors here. Okay, so yes, we did get the transition right here around 1032, and it's taken out the high. I'm talking about the CRGY, but from my way of thinking, it's just too many transitions, color transitions. I mean, it may rip from here, but what's the high yesterday? High yesterday was 1038, so it's got to take that out. If it does, then the next high, I mean, it's got a ton of room. It's got a ton of room. 1168 is the next high. That's where the 200-day moving average is, and that's for the CRGY. It was an earnings play yesterday. Actually, it's an earnings play today. They released earnings after hours yesterday, so the reaction to earnings, the big reaction is really today. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I've never used 6 minutes, Iris. Or 5 minutes. I probably should have given 3 minutes a little bit longer. I think what happened is though when Monday and Tuesday, and sorry, last week on Thursday and Friday, when everything went, belly up, the 3 minute was just too much. So there's a part of me that says, okay, try the 3 minutes again. And maybe that's what I'll do going forward for the balance of this week, depending on how the market is. I mean, obviously the 3 minute will give you an earlier entry, but with it came what I was finding on Thursday for Thursday and Friday. Yeah, you get an early, and then it would just drop and move up, drop, move up. The trend was just terrible. So that's why I decided to go back to a 5 minute. I don't think like it's not a massive difference between 3 and 5. But I think I will attempt to stick with a 3 minute chart for a while. Best thing to do, Iris, and anybody else listening to me. There's no there's no right or wrong. There you go. As Pepe is saying, exactly. Lower time frames don't work as well when there's market chop. Yeah. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, so here in theory would have been an alert right there, okay, on that transition for 10x, 10K right there. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, let's see. Wow, look at Uber. I mean, Uber could have had a little bit of an entry. And look at the market. My goodness, look at the market, the resiliency. I'm sure many of us, including myself, thought, okay, maybe this is it. It's hard to disassociate, what happened on on Thursday, Friday, and yesterday. Takes a while to get over the fact that, are we truly not going to have another big drop? And like, is this really for real? It does take a while. Maybe FinFan. I know you're kidding. I know you still think the markets are going to tank, but you know, we had a 3-day recession. I sort of remember when the SPY got down to 500, underneath 500. Remember this? This looked like it was all over also. I mean, this really looked bleak all over, but down to 493. And then look at the run we went on. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but this was a little more dramatic, these moves, but still, I know that a lot of people thought, wow, breaking 500, that's it. All right, guys, 11:55. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on my break in about 5 minutes when Michael takes over for me. And next step is to put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Michael. And again, I encourage you to go over there if you want a lot more detail about the Go No Go charts, maybe even the Ripster channel. Okay, it's a great opportunity. Michael's here he was there yesterday, filling in for Chris. And here is the YouTube link. He's not there quite yet, but anytime now. Here's the YouTube link. You know what? I'm going to bring this one back, or I have to recreate it. I think I deleted it a long time ago. The consecutive, actually, the bouncers toppers might be an interesting one to use. But I used to have a top list with consecutive 5-minute candles up or down, and to try to establish a bit of a trend, because I think this obviously, this works a lot better when the stock is trending a bit. Super simple to do. You guys can do it yourself. You know how to use Trade Ideas. Just go to the consecutive candles filter, pick whatever time frame you want, and say maybe make a max of 3 or 4 in both directions, and then you'll have stocks that are moving maybe a little bit more of a trend. So when I come back, I'm gonna have that up and running. It's a top list though. I mean, look at this. I mean, again, you see this down here. That little transition from 59.37. There's about $1 move. Nice, decent trend. A little pullback here, but pretty decent trend. So on these ones that the large cap losers in this list, just like yesterday, when the market, had a pretty decent rally. There were a lot of large cap that were rebounding, and so you can take a look at this list of stocks, and let's just see if there's anything that's rebounding nicely. And there's Michael. Okay, give me one moment, Michael. Okay, guys, so Michael just showed up in our YouTube room. So we'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. And Mr. Noss for the second day in a row.
How's it going, Barry?
Pretty good. Sounds like you need a break.
I need a vacation from this vacation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw you have another duty on CNBC.
Yes, I was on there last night. They wanted some.
Oh, last night. Oh, I thought I thought it was tonight. Well, at least you knew you had to do this today. So, but now you're on a break once you're done this, right?
I hope so, unless CNBC or someone calls again. They basically said they needed some cooler heads to come in and calm everyone down a bit. I guess a lot of their audience was freaking out a little bit.
Well, it isn't interesting. You got to admit, if you look at a SPY chart, and I know you will, if you look at a SPY chart and look what happened at right on the open, 9:30. Okay, now I've got a 5-minute SPY chart out, and I am pretty sure that a lot of people thought, "Uh-oh, we're just taking out the pre-market low," and then the next few candles were below the pre-market low. And I'm sure that most people thought that's it. We're going to have another big sell-off, or at least maybe test the 500 level. And amazingly, I mean, I'm using a 5-minute chart here. That 950 candle just shot everything up. Amazingly.
Yep. Yeah. It. The question is, when you have volatility like this, the bounces are insane, right? The question. What I want to see is the next time we have a couple down days, do we find buyers at a higher price? That's where I'm going to go. If we say we pulled back to 520 or even 515 over the next few days, and then we started to kind of bottom out there, and we saw buyers come in, that's when I'm going back in big. It's because you have the initial move. Now, do sellers take this opportunity to bounce, or do buyers wait and take this opportunity to buy in? Who knows? So that's the kind of wait and see mode.
Yeah, and it's funny, I'm looking at the SPY now. I'm looking at the SPY is up 8.88, which until 3 days ago, that would have been, wow, what a move in the SPY.
Yeah.
But yesterday, when the SPY was down about 26, I think it ended up only down about 13 or 14. But yeah, I mean, we're getting used to these moves now. And you were trading back in 2008, right? Or were you not?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so you remember those were the sort of moves we're having every day, it seemed, for about a year.
Mm-hmm. Well, and even one of my favorite ways to look at it is if you put the ATR indicator on your chart and just set the period to 1, it just shows you the range of each day.
Right.
And yeah, we're back up. We're way above even where we were during kind of the 2022 bear market. right? The range of each candle is just really, really exploded. We're back to where the ranges were, not quite, but we're close to back to where the ranges were back in 2020.
Right.
Right. The market was lock limit down a few days. So, yeah, it's wild out there. It'll
You
calm
mean
down.
you mean the great 1 week bear market we had? I mean that one?
Yeah, that it would rip the face off the bears if we reversed here and just
Oh, I know.
kept going to new high. It would be the world's largest short squeeze, I think.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, Michael, I'll take off now. We'll see you in about an hour from now.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you're new here, and also, I guess if you weren't here yesterday, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off and open up the chat to questions about trade ideas, or usually we just start off and on about trading, that kind of stuff. So make sure you ask away. But yeah, we were just talking about, so isn't it just an interesting indicator, right? It's just average true range, which is just how much does it normally move, and then I just set the indicator to 1. So this is just showing basically the size of each bar. And again, you can see we haven't had bars this big since back in 2020. And then before that, right, pretty much nothing. You'd probably have to go back to the great financial collapse just to get anything near this crazy of just having insane range bars like that. Even the bear markets we had in 2018 and 2017 and all that, there's nothing. So just a wild market, and again, it will calm. It always does. You have periods of high volatility, you have periods of low volatility. It's just the nature of the beast, right? What time frame, Iris? Because again, right, it's just an indicator, so it's not gonna do any sort of trading plan for you. INTU, let's just say you're talking about, I don't know, 5 minutes. Yeah, so that's on the highs of the day on INTU. Couldn't get any higher than it was today. So yeah, this is the indicator acting perfectly, right? Showing that it's a strong uptrend, and then you should apply your trading plan and technical knowledge to the strong uptrend and trade that as you see fit. And then it entered a bit of a weak uptrend in this area right here, which again, it's perfectly fine, normal. And now it's back into a strong uptrend. So I don't know, you can elaborate the question a little more, but yeah, it's acting absolutely perfectly. Yeah, a stock can be in a strong uptrend and go down a little bit, of course, right? This is why it's not a, I know I sent you an email last night and we chatted about this before. This is just an indicator. You could be above a moving average and still go down until you're below that moving average, right? It can be, a MACD can be pointing up and then the stock's still going down a little bit. It's not going to be a 100% win rate or anything like that. Now, when I look at INTU, I don't see there's really nothing going on in this, right? We're doing normal for a day trade, right? It's doing normal standard volume. The daily charts a bit ugly, right? It's down a bunch below resistance, but yeah, the indicator's working absolutely perfectly here. Right, just because these candles are blue doesn't mean that the stock is going to go up. Of course, as I'm sure right? We've had this chat before that there's no indicator that's going to tell you 100% what the direction of the stock's going to be. Right, that's not how trading works at all. But yeah, it's perfect, right? Came down a bit, so it must have triggered a couple of those indicators, started to point negative kind of in this area where it got blue or lighter blue, and then it turned darker blue right here. So that's cool. Yeah, so that would have been perfect here with Apple too. Yeah, it turned purple when it was going down, and then turned blue when it was going up. That's exactly how it should act. It, doesn't have it's an indicator. It's telling you what the trend was and is currently. It's obviously not going to tell you the future. For that, you need a seance and a crystal ball, which we don't sell here at Trade Ideas. But yeah, so you got to remember, it's not saying this is what's going to happen. It's saying this is what's happening now. That's what all indicators do, is they indicate things, right? So for a detailed breakdown on the Market Explorer, what all of the charts do, if you go right to the channel, and this is going to answer another question that I see there, is how to see these. Currently, you have to download them, and then you just take a look at, open up your dock channel bar and hit Go No Go Charts, and we put some beautiful explainer videos right up here in your face, so you can't miss them. This launch video is kind of, like a high level promotional to tell you what's going on. And then this channel explainer video right there will go through all of them. But we could just quickly go through. So new Go stocks are going to be stocks that on the daily chart were not a go yesterday and are a go today, vice versa down here. Go pullbacks are going to be stocks that are in a weak go trend and they're pulling back. And Go strengthening is stocks that were in a weak pullback or weak go trend and are now in a strong one. So for me, I'm mainly a long only trader, so I focus. That's why you see I deleted the ones that are down here are just the bearish versions of the bullish indicators. So I just got rid of those because again, I'm not really a shorter myself from the swing side of things. So yeah, Apple I saw was on the new no-go stocks because it was neutral yesterday and it's showing a little bit down on the no-go indicator today. Now again, doesn't mean that Apple's going to go down. There's no indicator on earth that will tell you that. But what it's saying is that the majority of the trend indicators that are on Apple are pointing lower on the daily chart. So for me personally, I like all of these. I think the Go pullback is my favorite for swing trading because then, of course, like we mentioned a number of times, this isn't meant just to be if it turns blue, you buy it till it turns pink, right? Because that's just blindly following an indicator. But what these are doing quite often is they're showing stocks that are pulling back. They're still in most of the indicators are still pointing up, but they're pulling back. So then what I do is try to apply technical analysis on top of that. If I can see something that's pulling into a clear level of support, but still in an uptrend, that to me is something that I want to look to get involved in, right? So this RF would be kind of an example of something that may be interesting because we have a level right here and then a level right here. And it looks like we're respecting that level again, call it 20 and a half. So I would look at something like that and say, okay, can I buy some here, playing against this 20 and a half level, right? Combining the indicator with some sort of just technical type of support, right? Rivian, I actually looked at this one earlier in the day. Unfortunately, it has earnings, so I can't take it. But, I like the look of this one because we have this gap low right here. It came in and tried to touch that, and then we bounced. So, a simple trade would be to, if you like it based off the chart, is you could buy it and then wait until use the indicator, either the stop right here or the indicator to say, hey, it's no longer an uptrend. But right with earnings after the close, I can't. It's against my rules to buy something with earnings a couple days away. I just can't do it, right? So yeah, just to reiterate for the person asking where to find it, just go, now this is an add-on indicator, but go new and then dock channel bar and click go no go charts right here. This will all be blank if you don't yet have the indicator, but I encourage you to go just click around, right? If you open up, for example, add go no go to my TI Pro, it will open up this channel and you can learn a lot about it. This video is actually a really good one where we go over it's 48 minutes long. I interview the founders of Go No Go charts and they give a little presentation on what all this means and all of that. But simply put, instead of having 50 different trend indicators on your chart, what you can do is just have this one and it's aggregating all of those trend indicators, right? So if it's dark blue, it means all of the trend indicators, the popular ones, a lot of the ones we obviously can't tell you exactly what's in it, but you would recognize all, if not most of them. They're all pointing higher. And if it's dark purple, then all of those trend indicators are pointing lower. So again, there'll be no magic there because none of these indicators can predict the future. But what it does and what Barry's using it for and things like that is just the ability to take what he normally does and apply that as well, right? So you have something like Sava, you just wouldn't touch today. Or if you're looking to short, then you know that you can potentially short this name. Again, it's just a way to keep you in the direction of what's going on. And the thing that I love and the beauty of something like trend trading, well, the reason I love trend trading is that in choppy situations, so if you pick a stock that, I don't know, it's probably not moving today, GE doesn't move very much. I don't know, this one's still fine. Let's see, I see this FTech came through my scans. Yeah, this is something that doesn't move very much at all. So if you take a look at something like this, it helps you quickly see what the downsides to a trend indicator is. If there's no trend in the stock, if there's nothing interesting in the stock, you're going to get this flip between uptrend, downtrend, back and forth, which is why when you're trading with a trend indicator like this, you need to make sure that there is some reason for the stock to trend. Right? There has to be some kind of emotion or something going on. But the beauty of a trend indicator is that when you nail a trend, let's look at like ELF, and let's look at ELF on like a weekly chart here. Oh, that's a 1 minute weekly. Right, so ELF entered an uptrend way back here at $30 and just rocketed. If you had the gumption to hold it this long, you'd still be in at $186. That's what, 5 times your money. But there's going to be, or even trends like this, but you need to find something that's going to trend. That's where kind of the discretion comes in, because if there's no reason for the stock to be trending and you're using a trend indicator for it, then that's going to be problematic, right? Just like if you used a ranging indicator like an RSI or something like that, it's only going to do good things if the market's ranging, right? So that's why we tried to this particular scan right here, this new Go stocks. We sorted this one by volume because, like Lucid, for example, if we take a look at this, and this was, I know Iris, you were asking about what these ones do. So this one was orange yesterday and green today. So one may look at this and say, okay, well, they had earnings yesterday evening and now it's entering a Go trend. That might be something that's interesting. Or Palantir is another one where yesterday it was a no-go, and today, if this candle closes as a go, Well, it's doing 3 times normal volume. It had earnings yesterday, right? This might be something that's a little bit more interesting to take a look at. And if you look at this on the intraday chart, right, when it turned, it was not really that clean of a trader, but you could have gotten a couple scalps out of this using the indicator. So just like anything, right, you have to combine it with, if you're a day trader, for me, it's always high relative volume. If you're day trading, you want to make sure that the stuff that you're trading is moving and has some sort of interest behind it. I just think it's problematic to just have nothing. Like, one of my mentors always just said is you should be able to answer the reason that a stock's moving. You shouldn't just buy or sell a stock because you want to buy or sell a stock, but you should do it because there's some sort of reason, there's some sort of catalyst. And the catalyst could be a clean break of an important area. It could also be, something like a large up move, right? Palantir up 13%, and then 2.91 risk reward, or sorry, relative volume. Those to me are reasons why the stock's moving, right? Is one of the chart indicators. Well, I would just look up here for high relative volume, right? So we have them right up in the corner. So you see the 2.91 up here. So that just represents, it's just round to 3, right? So 3 relative volume just says that as of noon Eastern on most days, if you compare today to that, Palantir is doing 3 times normal volume. So that means there's some excitement going on, right? I think, what was the stock that you were talking about? INTU. So, right, that's at 1 relative volume, which is basically just meaning that it's doing today the same amount of volume that it always does. So there's no excitement, there's no interest in this. Right? If we take a look at something like a Tilray, I imagine, no, Tilray is less. Lucid, that's what we were looking at. That had, right? So this is doing nearly 150% normal volume, and then Palantir is doing 300% normal volume. PayPal is doing 130% normal volume, right? These to me are just simple indicators that if you have something that's doing 2 times or more its normal volume, it means there's something going on in the stock today. I don't know what. There'll be some type of earnings or some reason that this stock moves, right? Because it just thinks, hey, something is going on here that people actually care about. And you can gather all these things just from any of our other. We go into closing some stuff down before I open. And if you go into something like Talk Channel Bar and go to like our explosive winners, everything in this channel is going to have a bunch of volumes. So let me just take this chart, and I'm actually just going to put this into the explosive winners here, because everything in this channel, and we'll make this a 5-minute chart, nothing makes it into this channel without having higher than normal volume. Right? So if you start clicking through these, you can see 12 times normal volume. So nearly 13 times as much volume as normally is done. RGC, 95 times normal volume. Just insanity. So if you start clicking through, especially these stocks, then at least you're sticking with stuff. By combining these two, this channel and this chart, at the very least, what you're doing is saying, okay, I'm going to trade stuff that is A, in an uptrend, and B, there's some amount of interest in today. Because again, you're not going to get anything here that isn't doing more volume than normal. So SPWR is a 60-cent stock. Wow. I haven't seen this one in forever. Getting hammered. So yeah, if you wanted to place a trade off one of these, then again you're combining those two aspects of high volume, so people care about it, and um, trend. And I think that makes sense, right? I just explained the differences between those. So you can either just rewind the stream a bit, or again, if you go, I'll just show you again because I just explained it there, so I don't want to repeat myself too much for the stream. But if you click on Go Charts, the welcome screen that opens up, this Go No Go Explainers. This is a video that I did myself that it's about 8 minutes long, and it walks through each one, but just very quickly again. New Go stocks are stocks that are new Go on the day. Go pullbacks are stocks that are in a Go but pulling back, and Go strengthening are stocks that are going from the light blue into dark blue, and then vice versa for the bottom. Right, it's all the same things, but right, new no-go stocks that were orange or blue before and are pink now, go counter trend, right? Stocks that are bouncing, but in a no-go trend, and no-go strengthening, stocks that were light pink and now they're dark pink. So that's that explainer again. But again, you can save that video, that welcome screen that pops up every time you hit the channel, right here, and you can just, in case you forget or you want to go through it again, the Go No Go channel explainer video is right there. The two channels we were talking about there, one was the Go No Go channel. That's the one that changes the chart color based off trend. And then the other channel that I brought up there, just because I had two, is the Explosive Winners channel. So the Explosive Winner channel, this is solely just stuff that is doing crazy volume. That's the simple way to do it. So explosive winners just being right, just stuff that's moving, right? Everything in this channel is just going to be, things that are doing, like this one doing 1,000 times normal volume, right? So that's just all this is. It's just crazy, crazy, crazy mover channel. Other ones you could do, right? These opening range break channels. These are kind of interesting stuff that's breaking with volume. It's breaking its opening range. But I just like the Explosive Winners channel because if you're looking to do something like apply Go No Go trend to it, then again, this channel is solely just saying here is stuff that people are really interested in today that's doing a lot of volume. And you can read the news and all that stuff. I don't really care. Looks like this one got an upgrade by Citigroup, but it's doing 12 times normal volume. So it's really all I care about. Right, this one's doing 7 times normal volume. Just stuff that's going crazy. And same with this one. Right, everything in here is going to have some news event behind it because that's what causes these 1.5 times normal volume. Right, so Uber had earnings today before the open. You can see that thing popping up as well. Right, just crazy stuff that's in the news. The problem with trading a lot of this stuff is a lot of people are like, okay, well, this is crazy stuff that's in the news, but I don't really know what to do with it. So if you take your Go No Go charts, if you have that add-on, and then you put that into the Explosive Winners, I think you've got a pretty deadly combination here where all of these scans, again, are just, this is stuff that's going crazy. And then you take that, and if you apply a trend indicator to it, then as long as you manage risk, eventually you're going to hit something like Barry was talking about, Sava, which is down a bunch today. But yesterday, and I think the day before, he got these crazy trends out of it because, again, a lot of volume, so people care about it. And then again, the Go No Go chart on top of it. So like most things, there's not a single thing out there in the market that's going to make you super successful. What makes you successful in the market is combining a couple things that make sense to you. So in this case, we're combining crazy stuff, um, like stuff that's got some sort of news event or upgrade or earnings report or something. So the market is very interested in it, and we're taking that and then we're combining it with a trend indicator, and then we're obviously going to combine it with support, resistance, and chart patterns and all that basic stuff. And then the combination of those three things, I think, puts a little bit of edge in your corner to say, right, you now have a direction forward, I guess. Your simple trading plan built around these would be something like, I'm going to trade these stocks that are in a trend, and I'm going to uh, trade them as they break clear resistance point, and I'm going to stay with them until the go trend indicator changes. So, an example trade may be something like, I'm going to buy this LUMN. We have a little bit of a zone right here where we bounced off three times, call it, 475. So a simple trade could be, if we break 475, I'm going to get involved. Worst case stop at 440, maybe at 450, and then I'm going to stay with the trade until if it goes dark blue, until it turns back to light blue, and boom, I've just made a trading plan. As long as whatever the risk is between this 475 and the 450, as long as I buy enough shares that I'm not bothered if I get stopped out, then great. I've just designed a trading plan for how I'm going to trade this stock. Yep. So black definitely can be blue and pulling back, just like we chatted about before. That's certainly not going to change. The indicator hasn't changed since we've been chatting. It can go up and be blue. It can go down. It can be blue. Of course. Someone wants me to look at Ford. Yeah, it looks like junk. Definitely not something, right? If you want to take a shot and you're just going to lean against these prior lows, yeah, maybe. Not something I'm interested in. I like to buy trends. This is obviously in a downtrend. I like to buy uptrends. I like to buy uptrends. I like to sell downtrends. So this isn't something I'd be too interested in. Tesla's doing okay. This is at least a better trend. Ford, GM. Yeah, these two are doing bad. So yeah, the whole auto industry kind of looks bad. GM looks, zooming out, GM looks way better than Ford. Just seeing if there is an auto car. Car is actually a symbol. Automaker ETF. Sometimes it's just easy to go. CARU. CARU. Ugh, never mind. There's no liquidity in that. Sometimes it's just easier if you're trying to play a sector, is just to play the sector. Wonder if any of these other ones have volume. Tesla, cars, CARZ. And a little bit of volume in this one. Again, if you want to play the whole sector, you'll get that, but not a lot, that's for sure. My whole thing with news is that it makes sense to know kind of that there is news. Personally, I don't care what it is. And it's my whole idea is that once you know the news, everyone else knows the news. So, what's your edge? You always need to, the biggest thing to think about, I think, when it comes to trading is right, we know 90% of traders over time fail, right? So, knowing that 90% of traders over time fail, I think the question that you have to ask yourself is, well, what is my edge over that 90%? And what is my edge over the market? And it can be as simple as being someone who's incredibly disciplined or being somebody who learns very well, right? You don't need to be explained something over and over again. It can be some people, it's like a knowledge base that they've gained from the real world. I know a couple people who are big into like oil and gas. They worked on oil rigs and everything growing up, and they have a deep understanding about how that sector of the world works. So that's the sector they focus on. Um, my edge is usually that I'm very good at building plans and then sticking to those plans. Uh, so you always got to go, okay, well, what's my edge? So then I look at something like news, and I say, well, LUMN had news, uh, but everyone knows it. So, right, is me knowing that news, does that give me an edge over the 90% of people that lose money over time? Right? I think having something like trade ideas and using something like this to have a trend or have an edge, you could classify this as an edge, assuming that you take what you have here and you put it together into a trading plan, and then you kind of religiously follow and track that trading plan, and you don't hop and jump and skip to what's the next indicator or the next thing that's going to make me rich or the next thing or the next thing, um, because there is no one thing that will do it. So I always look at that as well. um, so our hypothetical trade that I haven't taken here, we could take it in the simulator. Actually, let's do it in the web simulator. So I have my current simulator doing something else. Let's actually go to my trading, and we're going to go LUMN. Let's take a look at that 5-minute chart, and let's buy. Let's buy 50,000 worth. Oh, I missed it. It's moving. So open the trade ticket. Let's do market buy of $50,000. Bam. All right. So we'll move the stop loss right below that candle. And let's see. So we'll keep an eye out to see if, and the idea is we'll hold until this low breaks or those candles turn light blue. But what stocks do you have in your shopping list? I haven't put really anything on the shopping list yet. I'm giving the market a few days. I thought it was interesting. I was on CNBC last night, and I was talking about KWeb. So I think KWeb's kind of interesting, as when the market crashed, China didn't do as bad. So I might take a look at some BABA. You see, I kind of drawn in this symmetrical triangle here in BABA. We can break this downtrend. I may give BABA a shot. I don't want to expose myself too much to China because it's just a bit scary. You have an authoritarian regime that can just snap their fingers and do whatever they want. So taking a look at that, nothing interesting too much has stood out. Probably next week this weekend is probably going to be a good time to look at my shop, build that shopping list. Just give the market a little bit more time to digest and see, what's going to hash out here. And this was a pretty precipitous fall, and Luis Yamada, who is one of my favorite technicians, she's been in the game for like 50 years. One of her famous saying is that the bigger the drop, the longer the need for repair. And this was a big, fast drop. So I look at it as this probably going to take some time to work itself out. How's my paper trade doing? And again, this is how you come up with trading strategies, guys. Like I'm showing how the sausage is made right now. This is how I would build a trading philosophy or trading plan around what I just mentioned with you guys. I'm going to use this scan to pick out a couple targets. I'm going to look for stuff that's pulling back into these light blue bars. I'm going to look for a clear area of support or resistance to form, right? In this case, I'm kind of looking at it as, say, let's do my horizontal line. I'm looking at this prior high, and then I'm looking at this prior low. I'm saying I'm going to buy some here, and my stop's going to be right here, and I'm going to stay in until one of these bars closes light blue. And then I took the trade. So then what I would do is take your brokerage plus, your paper trader that you have, and just commit yourself to like 1 month, right? Say, okay, we're only a few days into August. Just commit yourself and say, for the month of August, I'm going to turn off everything. I'm not gonna look at anything else. I'm not gonna, be popping around the software, looking at this scan or that scan or this thing or that thing. Now that I've developed a plan, the whole thing is, okay, well, now that I've developed this plan, I need to focus on it and I need to start recording statistics. Does this work in the long run? So you need to commit a long enough period of time. I think a month is definitely a good place to start. And say for 1 month in the Brokerage Plus and Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus, I'm going to paper trade this strategy as if it was real money. And I'm going to decide whether or not at the end of that 1 month that this is something potentially I'll trade with my real money. And that is the work of trading, because you can see how, if this works and this works and it's profitable, well, the work of trading is pretty much done, because I know that this tiny little screen is really all I need. And I can just sit down every day and I can repeat this process and be profitable at trading. And it's noon, and you could even say something like, "Hey, I'm going to wait until noon to take the trades." But the the difference between people who are successful trading and people who are unsuccessful trading is whether or not they do this kind of work, or whether or not they're just kind of, hey, show me the thing that when this thing crosses this thing, or this light turns blue, or whatever, I make $1 billion. Right? This is the work of trading, what I'm showing you here. So let's see. So who cares about this particular trade? Because, again, you need about a month of that, I would say, at least, to make sure it makes sense. And then, of course, if it ends up working, you just don't go all in with your account right off the bat. You may say something like, okay, then I'm going to start trading a small amount. I'll commit $1,000 to each position. And say you do a month of committing $1,000 to each position, and you have some amount of money at the end of it to show for it. Then you go, okay, well, next month I'll commit, $5,000 to each position, and then do that. And maybe I'll commit $10,000 to each position, and then do that, and then so on and so forth. Right, building slowly as you go. But it looks like this one's going to already be a loser. I need to do something with this account too. I have this company, I have this trade in this account, and the company doesn't exist anymore. It's just gone. I think they got delisted or changed their name or something. So I need to contact support and have them change it, right? Well, so as we were just talking about, if it turns from aqua to blue, if this is a chart that you like and you have a reason that you like it, then take the trade. Test it in the paper trader. Write down your findings. This is a $18,000 or $1,800 company, so the spreads are going to be insane. Be very, very careful with something like this, but yeah, if that's your trading plan that you've come up with and you've tested, then do it. If it's not your trading plan that you've come up with and tested, don't do it. Your broker will dispose of totally dead positions. Yeah, but this is just the Trade Ideas paper trader. So I just need to contact Trade Ideas support and have them clear that position out. I was doing like a live Q&A the other day, and I showed that. But yeah, so this is just the paper trader we have up on the web. I'm just testing this theory, and maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll test this trading style for a couple weeks and let you know how it goes. But yeah, well, you guys know me. There's no way I would hold a company that's at risk of bankruptcy. I'm a trend trader. Stocks in uptrends don't go bankrupt. Yeah, and you can always just email, if you email in with your username to the Trade Ideas support and just say, hey, I've got this position stock. I don't think they can remove just that position. I think they'll just have to completely reset this account. So this is they start at 100,000, and this is my test account. It's at 270,000 right now. So the theories that I was testing, the theories that I was testing on it obviously did well. But yeah, I think it's like part of it too is me, right? When I'm demoing things, I just enter trades. But yeah, you can see all the accounts you have attached to your portfolio here. These are these old, I'll probably get rid of these. These are the old PMC accounts. So yeah, it looks like our LUMN trade is going to be a loss. It's okay, right? You accept every loss when you take a trade. You're saying EDUTAL. Yeah, so those kind of names, you're just going back to the China talk, right? So if I decide to buy something from China, yeah, Baba's kind of an obvious one, because I don't know. I look at BABA as being a little bit safer, you know, than it's in China, so it's not safe, but safer than the other names just because this is a giant company that makes a lot of money and all of that. So that might be a target. But yeah, I might take a look at something like TAL, which I don't really like it being under this $10 resistance. I may look at TME, which is Tencent Music. And the reason for that is if you scroll out on a daily chart, this thing's been fantastic. But these things need to reclaim these breakdown levels right here and stay there for a period of time first. Baba just held up very well with this all the chaos that's going on. Right, if you look at Baba holding well above its what's this, the June 28th or July, yeah, June 28th. And then go to the SPY, then you go back to June 28th. Right, Baba is relatively strong and quarter into the market, so I think that's kind of why I like the look of that one. But so LUMN's holding on here. It's digging in. But we have our trading plan. And I got to tell you guys, man, the moment you systematize a lot of your trading with a trading plan, like your your mentality on trading will just change entirely, and it will become way less stressful of an endeavor. Because it's no longer you're no longer sitting there, biting your teeth saying, well, what do I do next, and what do I find next, and where's this trade going, where's that thing going, blah. You don't do that. You simply go, okay, you know I've got my game plan. Let's even simplify it a bit. Let's just look at this. Let's move that over here. There, we'll simplify it even further. Right, I just deleted a bunch of scans. I'm going to go through this list, which is high relative volume stuff that's on the open. And I'm just going to look for areas of support resistance to play off of in the direction of the go no go chart. And I'm looking for like this. So I'll just maybe set an alert here, but I'm looking for these light blue bars to turn blue on something that's doing way more than normal volume. You can see here, and just kind of taking the shot in through there. The yeah, if there's one piece of advice I can give is just if you don't have a trading plan in front of you that says, right, look for this and then buy when this happens and then sell when this happens, and you haven't paper traded that plan for a period of time to test that it works, and you find yourself just jumping from indicator to indicator, scan to scan, uh, you're gonna fail at this game, right? You're not gonna win a game versus Goldman Sachs and all these big names and BlackRock and Citadel and Virtue without just that like really basic discipline to do the absolute bare minimum of just putting together some simple system that you can follow. And again, when you do that and you know that you'll never be right all the time, again, life just gets just so much more zen. And I'm not questioning what are you going to do and where and all those kind of things. It's just um, yeah, everything just gets much, much, much simpler. So this one will probably stop out. I'd probably even be out here now. So I can actually just put in the stop and go click, and we can sell right there if it gets there. And then if it was me personally, right, you check back every 5 minutes. You look at the color of the bar. If it says get out, then you get out. So you're doing whatever you're doing throughout the day, and you're just checking back every 5 minutes. Red and green shadow. Oh yeah, the this, right? You just click. If you're on the downloaded charts, you just go to, where are we here? Just go to FX right up here, and then click EMA Cloud, and then you can put all your settings in that you'd like in through here. You can put up to 3 clouds. For me, I have an 8 and a 21. Again, just they're common. No other reason than that. What the opacity of the indicator you want to be, and then you just click OK. Bam. Why is LUMN up so much? No idea. There are more people aggressively buying it than selling it. Other than that, I don't really know. I don't even know what they do. Are they a bio? Are they a biopharma? We can find out. Lumen Technologies, wired communication carriers. Company was founded in 1930. Jeez. I don't know. Well, you can just click through the news, right? It's got an upgrade at Citigroup. That's good. It's obviously down a whole bunch. So this is just kind of a relief bounce. This is why this would be something that would be interested to day trade maybe, but not to hold for any length of time. This thing it's gone from $15 and it spent a bunch of time at $1. Now it's up to $5. Looks like, so yeah, Citigroup upgrade is the only thing I'm seeing today. Yesterday, earnings preview, I guess. They put out earnings. Oh, there you go. Lumen Technologies secures $5 billion in new AI. There we go. The magic word. They're doing something with AI. Yeah, you see how simple life gets. I have a plan. Took the trade. Say shra shra, right? The beauty of having one scan like this, again, the simplicity of these are the only names I need to cut through. SPWR would have been a good one, but right, you can go and customize it. Like for me, I don't think I'll take any under $1. I don't want anything under, say, 5 RVol. Change things a bit. TGTX, kind of interesting. It's got a level here. This one had earnings, 6 times normal volume. Interesting little level. And, what you need to be okay with when you're doing something like trend trading You need to understand that there's going to be a lot of time where you're going to get kind of chopped up in trends. It's just going to be the nature of it, right? Things don't trend all of the time. So you have to be okay. The equity curve of a trend trader is going to be someone who takes tiny losses continuously, kind of over and over and over again. And then every now and then, whether that's once a day or once a week or once a month, you're going to hit something just way out of the park. So trend traders, again, they have, if you have to have that discipline to take these small losses again and again and again. But you nail a good trend, you only need one a month, and you're a really happy camper. Where you get something like that Sava that just ripped for days and days and days. You get a stock like that that's trending very well, right? You can make your whole year in a couple trades, just knowing that in a lot of cases you're going to have times like this where I bought it here, and my stop loss was down here, worst case. Now I moved it up to here, and I might get out for a tiny loss or a break even. And again, that's the goal. So revision to the mean people are usually a little bit more consistent in profits that they make, but they generally don't have those kind of blowout type moves. Yeah, something like CSX, I don't think is going to be moving today based off of earnings. I think pretty much everything except these lower float or big news plays, I think are going to have more to do with whatever the market's doing. Those big name guys, especially right now where the market's just so crazy.
All right, get out of here.
Hooray!
Okay, Michael, thanks for doing the double duty this week. Much appreciated. And
Yep.
Try to have a little break. And does that mean you're not back next week, or what's the deal with you?
Oh no, I'm good next week. I'll probably make up the days that, because yeah, I booked these days, and then Steve called me panicking. It's like everybody booked those days, so I'll
Right,
probably
right.
later in August I'll probably just take a couple days, keep the kid home from daycare. We'll go do something fun.
All right. Okay, well, enjoy whatever you're going to do. Enjoy it, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of the announcement and then get my music up and running. Guys, I want to see how well this holds over 13, okay? Probably has a lot to do with what the market's doing, all right? So I want to see this geo, how well it holds over 13. The reason being is that when you look left, it's got a ton of room. Of course, 1367 is the next high. A little bit of a transition, not a huge one, but right around the 13 level, okay? Transitioning from that aqua to the blue. So I'm just waiting to see how well this holds. And I'm watching my Uber. Man, oh man. Look how well that did. I'm not in it anymore, but man. Now, granted, look, I might have to get back. I'm not 100% convinced on a 3-minute chart. So, but look how well it did on that break finally. The 63.46 right there, that little transition right there. So I took this one early, got stopped out, took it again, made back what I lost and a little bit more, but I got out of it because I just didn't like the way it was chopping around early on in the day. But man, ever since I guess 11:45, it's been on a tear. All right, guys, and I've got a couple thumbnail charts that I'm just keeping an eye on. Not doing much though. Really, actually, not doing. Now the 10x looks like it's trying to break 10x one. Yeah, or that's 10K. Sorry, that's 10K. But 10x, TENX. I think it's just breaking a little bit above 4. Yeah. But, according to this is telling me not to take the trade, the orange. Don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. So I will abide by abide by that. All right, now this one's making a bit of a transition here, VMEO. However, well, actually, this could be interesting. This could be interesting as an earnings play. VMEO is an earnings play, plenty of volume. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 428. It's at 424 right now. But the big deal, of course, is that the next high, if it can take out 428, is 557 on the weekly chart. So I will put in a price alert in this area and see if it can take that out with any authority. And that might give us something to trade. Okay, we've got a little transition going here. But, it would be nice to have some volume. I mean, looking at the volume of VMEO and, it's just kind of dwindling here. So it'd be nice to have some volume if it does pop through that 428. The other one I was looking at just before I took my break was Vino, well, it's actually Vornado. Yeah, it was just inching its way up. Actually, that would have been pretty good because I think I saw it right about here around the 31.29 mark. That would have been excellent. And that's VNO. And that was another earnings play, or is another earnings play, VNO. It was just before my break. I was watching this. Well, let's take a look at the overall market. So yeah, so the market's been still in a nice uptrend most of the day after that little scare early, but most of the day been in an uptrend. Had that little drop there, probably that little jog down. Probably thought by many people, including myself, that might be it for the day. But nope, we got some good resiliency in the market. Just give me a moment. Okay. How's Lyft doing? I want to say Lyft has earnings after hours, I think tomorrow. Yeah, so they actually tomorrow morning. So Lyft has earnings tomorrow, and obviously maybe a bit of a sympathy play with Uber, depending on what they come out with. Not have the same move, of course, as Uber, but we'll have to see what are they going to come out with tomorrow in terms of earnings for LYFT. Boy, this Sangamo is just struggling to get through that 120 mark. 121 actually, 121. It got up to 125-ish. Yeah, 125. But it's really struggling to take out that 120. But again, as I said before, even if it did, to me, when I look left on the weekly chart, there's too much resistance. Are these sessions recorded? Not really. I mean, I'm on for 6 hours, so that'd be way too much. And Bosch, okay. I mean, I think they used to be, but I think they started deleting them. I'm not sure if maybe today and yesterday are, but I mean, it's too much. I mean, it's 6 hours. Well, not seeing too much right now, guys. Okay, there you go. So I guess it is. So how many days though? I mean, they used to have all of them up and running, or all of them, and then I know they started just deleting them. So not sure how long it is recorded for, but again, it's 6 hours long. So what are you going to do? I'm sure you're not going to want to sit through 6 hours. Now with the Lumen guys, I mean, the Lumen has a chance, I suppose, if it gets through 5 again later on. Only deal on Lumen is that it's such a huge float that it just may not be able to sustain even if it gets through 5. But if it does get through 5, I think we looked on the monthly chart, and I believe 580 or so was the next high. So there is that. So I do have my alert. I'll put my alert just over $5 and see if it does take it out later. All right, Geo is making a little bit of a move. And I'm interested to see how well this holds over 13. And again, why the interest in Geo? Just because it's got the room looking left, okay? Over the whole number. It's got that room looking left. 1365 is the next high. It's over the VWAP. It's over the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play, and reasonably good earnings play, up 4%. Not a lot of volume. Strange, I am sorry. This is not an earnings play. It's an earnings play tomorrow. I don't like the way they color coded it. They meaning Trade Ideas. So it's an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, so I'm sorry because I was surprised to see the relative volume only one. Normally, when a company releases earnings, that's when their volume can explode, and the relative volume would be a lot higher than just normal, which is one. So here is another strong earnings play, guys. Now, well, it's come back. Wow, that's a big jump. Look at that. It got all the way down to 64, right back up to 72 through the 200-day moving average. This is SWX, Southwest Gas. Interesting. Did not trade in the pre-market at all. Ooh, keep an eye on this one, the MWA. This is an earnings play. I know there's no transition yet from that aqua to blue, but boy, this looks interesting to me. It's up for the day. It is an earnings play. Okay, it is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. No big reaction. Nothing really happening in the pre-market either. But I love the fact it's over 20. It's probably a big float. Yeah, 153 million in the float. But look left, and it has room to 2080, 2078 is the next high. Not saying it's going to get there, but this is looking really, to me anyway, looking really interesting. So Casa is posting this afternoon's earnings after hours. You want to find that also using Trade Ideas. I mean, you just have to go to the earnings plays and put, if you can create something like this, and all you have to do is put 0.75. Yeah, you could put 0.75 right there in the max. That'll show you the companies that are releasing earnings after hours also. Or you could just put 0.75 in both. That'll just generate the ones after hours. Or you can just look at Cass's list. Okay, he's got, so Airbnb, interesting. Let's see anybody else who's kind of a big known commodity. Mosaic. Reddit, interesting. Reddit has earnings. Wynn, the big casino, has earnings. WYNN. Reddit. Let's take a look at Reddit just to see what it's been up to. Yeah, not great. That's right. Now I remember why I got into Serve in the first place. All these analysts putting some pretty crazy crazy price targets on this one, if I remember. 70, $80 maybe, and some pretty big guys, I think. I just can't remember which ones were, and I can't quite remember the price. Might have been like $42, maybe 35 to $42 price targets, and that's what got me into it. But no more, no more. That was a wonderful run, though. Boy, Uber is still strong, guys. I wish I'd kept track of this one. You know, after it chopped around quite a bit, right about here. Now there was no telling it was going to do exactly this, of course, but certainly would have been interested on that transition. But that was just ahead of when I was taking my break. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I was muted, but how do you know I was talking? But you're right, I was talking. So, what I was going to say about HIMS, guys. So, HIMS is pretty choppy. A big down move on earnings. Recovery still down 47 cents from yesterday's close. And I don't know if you heard me talk about MWA and Geo, very similar. Both of them just over a whole number. Both have room when you look left. The difference is Geo is not an earnings play, not till tomorrow. MWA is an earnings play today. Well, now, Kellogg, this is an earnings play, guys. Interesting little action here. It's the low down here, 1580. Okay, we've got a little transition here from the pink to the deep purple. Pretty big float. All right, guys, I'm going to go talk one last time about my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I am currently sharing. Yeah, Lumen is looking interesting again. LUMN is looking interesting again. Maybe going to challenge that 5 again. Some volume did come in a little bit of volume coming in. So clicking on my homepage link at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription. You can use the code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, use my code, whatever the code is, when you come to my homepage. It'll really help to keep this room free, okay? Room gets credit for the subscription, helping to keep the room free. Let's do the get started. 10 short videos, download and install. First start at the login. I'll scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos covering major aspects of trade ideas. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, if you were in our YouTube room yesterday or today, you would have heard Michael Noss. Michael put this together, all free, okay? Series of videos that I think can help people who are brand new to trading. Stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. There was no trade this week that was selected. If you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam filter. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So let me do that again. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotion folder. Okay. Oh, I see MWA took a little header down underneath 20. Okay. Oh, that becomes something I don't want to create, perhaps. Education section is here. There's a big user guide. And here are my scans. Okay. Here are my scans. So I do have the 3 races here. There they are, the 3 races. You don't have to have them all up and running. This is what I normally just display. This is the large cap gainers and the large cap losers. This one here has nothing to do with market cap. Could be large, could be small. Typically, they are smaller, not by design. It's just that what I wanted to do here is just take a look at large cap stocks. Minimum of 500 million in the float and 50 million in the 500 million market cap. Minimum of 50 million in the float. Same thing here. 500 million market cap. Minimum 50 million in the float. Consequently, you will not see usually big percentage moves here. Doesn't mean they're not good to trade though. But I am sharing a lot of other scans. Okay, so you can take a look at these scans. Here's the halts resumes is over here. Momentum scan is right here. very, very active, but I do have other scans that I am sharing. One thing, do not take them all and put them all into your layout. There'll be way, way, way too many things to follow. Interesting, Kellogg, look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average, and that acted as support so far. And guys, the market is still holding tough. I mean, we have not had, other than this, which looked, fairly bleak, went from 525 down to 522. This little move down. Looked like that could be the end of the resiliency that the SPY had at the beginning of the day, but not even close. I mean, it stopped right there, and we have been basically up since then. Well, Geo has been a little bit choppy, but it is moving. I mean, Geo is moving, GEO. It's been a little bit choppy, but it has held that 13. I'm watching the NWM, sorry, the MWA, in case it reclaims 20. Ah, look at Geo. Geo's not a bad little pop now. And it's all about the room looking left. Had a transition right here at 1298. So right around 13. Let's see how Disney is doing. Woof. So that basically popped up and then dropped. Yeah, I think, for me anyway, I think this Lumen might have the best shot. If it can take out 5 on some volume, get some volume coming in, and take out that 5 level. For me, it won't necessarily be anything to do with a color transition. It'll just be one of those that the only problem is that float is so big. How much more is it going to move? It's amazing. It's up 87% with that float. This is one I think we have to watch going forward. Okay, the EVER. It hasn't had a great day. I mean, it's up 8%. Don't get me wrong, but had earnings post market after hours yesterday. Let's take a look at the reaction. Yeah, pretty good reaction after hours. Big reaction after hours. I mean, so big after hours reaction for EVER held in the pre-market, but once the market opened, it just started to move down. Still up for the day, but the big deal about it for me is that all these analysts are coming in and putting these pretty big price targets on it. There's Craig Hallam, $33, Canaccord, $35, Riley, $36, JP Morgan, $34. So there are, I mean, a lot of analysts in here who are propping this thing up. So consequently, I've got to watch this one going forward. And having said that, I better put some price alerts in. So there's the high of the day today. So how about maybe the high of close of a few days ago? Let me just create a price alert for the open. That was the open. I'm going to put a price alert a little bit above the current price and just see if it takes this out. Maybe tomorrow. Really? Okay, William, you've recovered then somewhat. So William says he will keep the room open until 4ish. SMCI has earnings after hours today. They said it had been cut in half yesterday, down to about 500. What is it today? Yeah, I got down to 500 yesterday. Wow, approximately. Okay, Wiggle, you're a subscriber. I know you're a subscriber, so just click on New from our toolbar. Okay, click on Docked Channel Bar. And then here's the go-no-go chart channel. Okay, there's a channel. Click on it. And then this should pop up somewhere. Okay, it showed up on my other monitor. If you don't see it, if it's not obvious, it may be hidden behind the channel. Okay, if you don't see it. But here it is, a couple of videos you can take a look at, and then some text describing what the color transition is all about. And you can keep scrolling down. Okay. And then these are all the scans that Michael created. These are all the swing trading, call them swing. Well, they're daily. Okay. So they're based on the daily chart. So these are all, call them the swing trading scans that Michael created. So when he says new no-go, that means to short. A new go, a suggestion to go long. Okay. That's what, that's how this is categorized. So these ones are the long ones. These ones are the short ones. And then if you're looking for intraday scans, if you have the product, looking for intraday scans, you click on New and then Market Explorer. Here's your Market Explorer box. Right click on it and then Select strategy will pop up, or this will pop up. Go down to the go, no go. Again, just a series of pop-ups. And anything that says 5 minutes, these are designed, okay, these are designed for intraday scanning. And you can see when it says go, 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 that's a suggestion to go long, and no go, no go, no go, suggestion to go short. Okay, take a look at one. And remember, you can take this chart. You don't have to stay in the channel to use it, okay? To use the chart. You don't have to stay in the channel. You can take the chart. This is the chart right here. And you can right click on it and duplicate it into a free floating window. So that's how, I've got a bunch of free floating windows now. Okay. My thumbnail charts are all based on the go, no go. Okay. So that's all you do. You just duplicate it into a free floating window. So you don't have to stay in the channel if you don't want to. And I think the only thing you have to make sure you do is in the symbol linking, I would change that to link to all, okay? Link to all as opposed to dock window. What that means is right now, if I click on anything in the dock window, it's going to change. But if I click on, I guess all my scans are linked to all, so it doesn't matter. So it did change. But to be sure, I guess all I would do is just on the properties, if you don't feel you're getting charts, just click on the link to all. Now the problem is if you do it now, you might think, okay, tomorrow I'll load this. Anything you do in a channel, not just this channel, but any channel, anything you do in the channel will not be saved. The reason for that is because the channel is for everybody, and the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So, but you can take the channel and you can actually, if you wanted to, you could save or share to cloud. You could save the whole channel. Okay, give it a name. You could call it, my go no go charts as an example, if you wanted to, and make the changes. You could add the scans. You could add the scans. Like in here, you could see if I right click. The go no go charts is a doc. If I right click, right click, and duplicate in the go no go chart, so I could have those scans in here, and then save the whole channel if you want as yours. Do I use Benzinga Pro? No, I don't. Question in our YouTube room, Nate? No, I don't. Well, that would have been nice. The twist would have been nice. Was that on the 5 minute? I can't remember now. Right there, nice transition right there. 47.39, getting up to 47.86. To check that out again. So I mean, these are the. Oops, don't need that. These are the ones that Michael has created. Okay, these scans. I just haven't used any of them because I'm just basically using my scans. But at some point, now you also have to check the time. Okay, that was the time of the alert. So these are these are early. This was yesterday. IMRX was yesterday. All right, guys, 1:44. So I have another 45 minutes or so left before I take off. So good time to ask questions. I'm not, well, depends. If I see something I love, the LUMN, guys, is the big focus right now for me. If it takes out five, doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade if it takes out five, but you can kind of see it's building up. It's building up a little bit here. And the volume is, picking up a little bit. A lot of volume, 192 million. I cannot believe that float is that big, but we seem to have different sources that are telling us that it is maybe not 992, but 700, 800. Big. Well, that makes that 90% move pretty pretty amazing. Yeah, this is not that great, I think, for looking at the go no go charts. These gap reversals on 5 minutes. I may get rid of this one, and let's see what one I could replace it with. Okay, SMX just got halted on the way down. Okay. All right, so these are the daily reversals. I'll stick this one in for a while. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. And now I just have to duplicate it into the Momo Race app. Click on this right there, so it'll go there. Should go there. There it is. And just move it to the right. So now we've got that. So what this is looking for, these are, I'm hoping anyway, these are stocks that were down yesterday and up today. Okay. We should see a lot of those. And versus up yesterday and down today. So if it's in blue, if it's in blue, then it was down yesterday and now it's up today. And if it's in yellow, then was up yesterday, down today. So that makes sense. I mean, look at the SARC. The SARC, of course, is the ETF for Kathy's stuff. Oh, this is called daily reversals, guys. Daily reversals. My goal really is to try to find something that might have a decent kind of a trend scanner. Okay, I'm not saying this is going to be it, but And I think that the stock had to be down at least. Well, let's take a look at one of them, okay? Because it'll just be the flip. This is what we're going to see most of today. Down big yesterday, but up big today. Now big. So this is what it's looking for. So first of all, it has to be a new high for the day. Number one, okay. This is my price range. This is my minimum volume. The stock has to be up at least 1% today from yesterday's close, but the stock had to be down at least 5% yesterday. Well, down big yesterday. Now up big today. I mean, obviously up 1% is not a big deal. I think I chose that. Obviously I could have chosen a higher number, but I thought maybe I could catch it a little bit early, on the way up. And then, of course, this means it has to be above yesterday's high. This position in yesterday's, okay? So the previous day's range, it has to be above yesterday's high. But yesterday it closed down at least 5%. Down at least 5% yesterday. That was the close of yesterday. At least 5%. And then the other one is just the flip, basically just the flip. Had to be up at least 5%. Then it has to be down at least 1% today. And as you would imagine, with the market doing what it's doing, this is a multi-strategy window. The reason for a multi-strategy window typically is for people that don't have a lot of screen space. Okay. So they can take a few alert windows and put them in here. That's all these are. These are just alert windows, scans. These are just alert scans. And you can put as many as you want in here and create a multi-strategy window. Well, what I tend to do is I will take a multi-strategy window and put maybe two competing scans in, or similar scans that maybe they could be going in opposite directions, but they're kind of similar. Up big, down, up big yesterday, down big today, down big yesterday, up big today. It's kind of the reverse. I'm liking what I see so far. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. I understand that, Juan. Juan, that means, well, I'll paraphrase. Have a great evening, everybody. How's that? Now, that is definitely dating yourself, William. Juan Valdez. From Colombia. Boy, we can see some big reversals here. There's the Geo even. And you can see that even though my minimum has to be 1%, most of these are up. More than, well more than 1%. Of course, this is early. This will be interesting to see it early tomorrow, okay? As the stocks are starting to move. Okay? We get an alert. That'll be earlier. I don't have a delay on this, I don't think. Barbarino. It is knocking on heaven's door. Here we go. LUMN guys knocking on that 5 here. All right, so this is a very active scan, I can tell right off the bat. So I might have to do some adjustments to this. It's a little too active. I can either do one of two things. I can say only show me the first time that it makes the that it happens. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do for tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to. So don't repeat. Maybe for I don't know 30 minutes. I'll say 30 minutes. So what I've done there, okay, guys, wow, that lumen, that what I've done here is now, for instance, RCOS. I will not see that for at least 30 minutes only, and only if it makes a new high. Okay. And that's what I've done with that. Don't repeat. Boy, lumen. It's lumen. Notice what I'm not doing. Okay. I am not anticipating that it's going to break through 5. I'm not going to take this thinking, it's going to happen. This that saves me from a lot of grief most of the time. I don't mind waiting, if even a dime, I don't mind waiting a dime because if it's going to go, I think it's going to, you could have a nice little end of day run. So and you can see the transition is right here, right around the 495 mark. Okay. Going from the aqua to the blue. Out of curiosity, what does it look like on a 3? Yeah, about this a little early. See, a little earlier, 475. Not a little earlier. No, I was hoping that was the that was the lumen, but this is VMEO. Look at VMEO, guys. Look at VMEO now, and on volume. So this happened on volume. Look at the volume that came in. VMEO. It popped through that 430, which is that right there. And look at the room it's got, 555. Okay. Not saying it's going to get to 555, but It's an earnings play. Well, the Lumen will definitely have a lot of attention, I think, if it takes up that 5. VMEO has a lot in the float also, 147 million. Not the same magnitude as LUMN. Oh, we get so close. Well, guys, the big tease right now at 5 still. Reminds me of when it teased us for a little bit at that 420 level. It took until 1040 before it really broke through. Oh, look at Moderna, guys. mRNA. Look at Moderna. mRNA on the move here. mRNA on the move. Big break here. Of course, that got thumped down on earnings. Wow, broke down through 100, but all the way down to not the day of earnings, and with the rest of the market, got down to $77. But for some reason, there is some volume coming in. Volume coming in. Look at Lumen now. Wow, I'm glad I held off. I mean, yes. Okay, one more time. It's not trading like it's got $1 billion in the float. This from our AI, this still has some room, I think. No, 2150 is the next high. I thought maybe that was it. 2247 is an earnings play. Pretty good one from our AI. 2005 before it pulled back at all, got up to a 2155. Gonna keep an eye on this Moderna, mRNA. So it's pulled back. It got up to 85 something, 85.30, and it's pulled back $1. It got to the high of yesterday, I believe. 85.86 is the high of yesterday. Not quite. It got up to 85.33, so it didn't quite get up to the high of yesterday. I am talking to myself. Getting tired. So I'm just looking at CLNN, and Canaccord has a $94 price target on it. Now, when did they do that? August the 6th? When did they do the reverse split? Well, today is the 6th. So are they kidding? So 3.69 million in the float. So I'm assuming that is reverse split adjusted. When did they do the reverse split? When was it? So they announced that last month. Let's see if I can find out when it was. Okay, so this is definitely split adjusted now, reverse split adjusted now. So that $94 price target is nothing to do with the split. Okay, guys, Lumen is trying to do it again. LUMN approaching 5 again. Okay, guys, this is an interesting break now for Hood. Breaking out, little transition. Probably like the market on your side a little bit. I don't think you want to see it moving down. And of course, yesterday's high or 2 days ago, way up here at 1928. So there's a ton of room for Hood. And this is one of those that was down big yesterday, up today. Again, there will be tons of stocks that did that, down big yesterday, up today. Yeah, Hood has earnings tomorrow. Is that right? Not that I'll never hold through earnings, but after hours tomorrow. Okay. Look at Moderna now, guys. I mean, Moderna looks like it wants to take out that little high of that jog up. Look at that. Something, I mean, look, I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of news. Now, guys, I know there's that transition here, but that's such a giant candle that, have to have within reason. I can't take that based on that transition. All right. Okay, guys. Hood making a little bit of a move here. Lumen still underneath 5, LUMN, just kind of hanging around that 5 level. Okay, so future science asked in the YouTube room. So all I have to do is go to my homepage. Where's my momentum scanner and the reverse scanner? So go to my homepage. I'll just put the link in so you can click on it. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, you will be brought to this page right here. Scroll down, middle section, right here, my scans. Here is the reversal. Daily reversals is right here, and the momentum scan is right up there. Okay. Now, what I did here is I put a don't repeat for 30 minutes. I added that. You don't have to, but it might drive you nuts. You might get because it's a well, on a day like today, when you had a day like yesterday, it'll be a very active scanner. Okay. It should make that make sense, I hope, because with so many stocks down a lot yesterday, and now with the market doing this, recovering somewhat, you're going to get a lot of reversals. If the market was only down, a little bit yesterday, you're just not going to get as many. And then a reversal today, you're just not going to get as many, because one of the things that has to happen for the reversal, the stock has to be down at least 5% yesterday. Okay. Well, how many stocks were like that? A ton of them. And then the reversal, though, it also works on the upside, right? Stocks that were up a lot and then down today. Hood, guys, hood. Now, the other thing too, and anybody who's taking this, I must have forgotten to take the sound alert off. Okay. So anybody who's taking this scan, you're going to hear trade ideas over and over again. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to take the sound alert off. So if you're wondering why is my system saying trade ideas over and over again, it's because this has a sound alert in it. Okay. You don't want it, just right click, go to properties, and click on the actions and uncheck the play sound, or set up another sound if you want. You're welcome in our YouTube room. Well, it's doing its thing again. It's just teasing us with this 5 level. That's the LUMN. Maybe if it takes out, I don't know, 508 or something, really clears $5, a little bit more than the last time. Last time it got up to 504. That will get it rocking. I mean, the volume is dwindling though. I mean, the absolute volume is great. Don't get me wrong, but in relation to the previous candles on the 5-minute chart, starting to decrease. But look at the market, man. Oh man, this market. Every time you think it's going to maybe drop a bit, pops right back up. Okay, guys, I have about 10 minutes left. So if you have any questions, now I don't have to leave, okay, at 2:30, but I choose to, unless there are questions. Yeah, so here's another ETF designed just for Amazon, AMZU. So you want to buy Amazon and get double the move. Amazon will probably be up about 2.15% today. This is the bull 2 times. You can buy this. Not bad volume, 677,000. Okay, now why did I have an alert set for Ever? Okay, so Ever now, Evermore. Look at this market. Look at this market. If I were trading the SPY, I mean, this would be a time right here. We'll transition from the aqua to the blue right around 528. Well, this is coming back, guys, but didn't like that move down. MWA, I didn't really like that move down. It got up to 2010, down to 1973. This is the gap fill? Really? Okay, let's hope. Don't have the cues up. Right around here. What's the high right there? The high right there is 446, so mid 440, 477s or 447s. I'm sorry. Yeah, 447s. So why don't I put an alert right in the middle, 447.5. Some definitely some awesome looks on this daily reversals now because of what happened over the last 3 days. Thursday, Friday, and yesterday, and now we're getting lots of room for these stocks to run if they want to. Okay, guys, getting close to the end for me today. So what I'm going to do now in our YouTube room, I'll put the main trading room link in there. So if you want to head over to the main room, I'll be taking off, but William is keeping it open. There'll be no screen sharing. Nobody's on the mic, but there's still lots of traders over there still. So you can head over there if you want. And here's how you do it. So if you click on my homepage link, and right at the top here, trading room. Okay. So if you click on the trading room, and that'll get you into the main room. All right. My gut is just that this Lumen is not going to do it. I would have thought if it's going to do it, it would have done it by now. LUMN, it would have done it by now. I may be completely wrong, but it's just been a real struggle to take out 5 cleanly. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I think I will take off. I'll hang around for another minute in case somebody wants to post a question. Other than that, I will take off very soon. And again, on YouTube, I've already posted my link to how you can get into the main room. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So, well, exciting day. What will tomorrow bring? Will we have another, doesn't have to be a huge follow through like today, but something that at least doesn't give it all back up? So, have a great evening, and I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And for the YouTubers, I must shut you guys down now.